right, welcome everyone. Call this meeting in order for the Corporation of the Township of Pleslange, December 17th, 2025, our last meeting of December or 2025, I believe. And I will start with roll calls. Councillor Hurst.
Present.
Councillor Goyda. Councillor Spillis.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
And that'll begin our moment of reflection. Okay, that concludes our moment of reflection. Confirmation of the agenda, please, Ms. Whitfuck.
The council approves the December 17th, 2025 agenda and addendum is circulated, and the council approves the additions to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.6, questions received from council and the corresponding responses by staff. And a closed meeting item 14.3, a confidential report regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. So in relation to a potential acquisition of lands.
Thank you. Can I move her for that, please? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Spillis. I keep forgetting I was going to get the clerk to start being more engaged. I resort to old habits. So is this next meeting or next resolution?
It could be the next resolution to move us into close.
Excellent. Let's do that. Madam Clerk.
That council shall go into closed session under section 39 of the municipal act for the purpose of a confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose. That's in relation to the my apologies, it's incorrect. That's in relation to our bylaw complaint policy section 314C, and then a confidential report regarding litigation or potential litigation, and that's with respect to the establishment of regulatory bylaw. And then a confidential report regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality of local board, and that's in relation to potential acquisition of land.
Thank you. You can move for that, please. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Hurst, all in favor? That's carried. Yep. Okay, welcome back. We have some resolutions coming out of closed.
That council moves into open session at 10:52 a.m.
Okay, the mover, please. Councillor Hurst, Councillor Spillis, all in favor? That's carried. It's the only resolution coming out of closed.
That council receives the confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communication necessary for the purpose of thereof, in accordance with the bylaw complaint policy section 314C, confidential report regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. That's with respect to the establishment of regulatory bylaw. A confidential report regarding a proposed pending or acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. That was in relation to potential acquisition of lands, and that staff proceeded as directed.
Right, get a mover for that, please. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Hurst, all in favor? Carried. Any disclosure for community agents today? Councillor Hurst.
I have one, Mr. Mayor, for item 9.2.2 with the community grant program with respect to the Sunrise Therapeutic Riding Center. I'm a board member of Sunrise, therefore I have a interest in their activities and will recluse myself from that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, same report, 9.22. Report, grant application program. The organizations Friends of Mill Creek and Optimist Club of Pleslange are seeking to receive grant funding. As a member of each of these organizations, I have indirect pecuniary interest.
We will have to be strategic on those two because we can't have you both out. So we'll separate Sunrise.
Mill Creek and Optimist Club.
Not all at once though. We have to do them separately.
Okay.
Should we?
You do 3 batches then, basically.
Yeah. So you were Friends of Mill Creek, Optimist, was there one more?
Just the two.
Just the two. Okay. All right, great. Go. All right. Consent agenda.
The consent agenda items listed for the December 17th, 2025 council meeting be received for information.
You can move it, please. Councillor Hurst, Councillor Bailey, any items to be removed? Councillor Hurst.
I got a handful here. 6.2 ERO posting 025-1257. 6.7 Bill 30. 6.9 the Homers. 6.11 GRCA memo and 6.23 Wasaga Beach memo.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I have 6.9. Homers, 6.11. Denver Conservation Authority. And I have 6.37 conservation, no, sorry, 6.36 notice of design and construction report of them. This is for the 401 town line interchange. Thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
No.
All right, okay, so we'll receive the balance of those. All in favor? It's carried. We'll go with Councilor Hurst, you're up for 6.2.
Sure, I'll just walk through these quick. Yeah, just the ERO posting on the Conservation Authority consolidation. There was a number of communications on this one. I think I did see a draft letter on behalf of the township, and I think that'll be a longer or a different discussion today, but I think it's just important that we line up with both the needs of the three conservation authorities that are within the township's jurisdiction. So I think that was just a really important and make note of.
Yeah, we'll receive that for information. Can I have a move, please? Councilor Hurst, Councilor Spillis, all in favor? It's carried. Next one, 6.7.
Yep, Bill 30, provincial Bill 30. I think the AMO position, I think is fairly articulate to the needs of the township. So I think that was one based on staff's direction to support AMO's position on feedback in Bill 30.
So is that for information as well, or? Okay, that was 6.7, so I'll move her for that. And Councilor Hurst, Councilor Spillis, all in favor? Okay, Councilor Hurst.
Keep dropping 6.9, Omers. There was some feedback in the Q&A that was part of the discussion here. I think I would just look for staff's recommendation to support that. I think I look at the challenges we've had with Omers are quite different than the reorg that the province is proposing. So again, looking for staff direction on supporting AMO's position.
And so through Mr. Chair, I believe the comments in the Q&A suggested that staff agree and we can send a support resolution.
So we need a mover for that.
Yes, please.
Councilor Hurst, Councilor Bailey,
Sure.
questions, comments? You have 6.9 as well, so you might as well go.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I asked some questions and staff are supportive of us providing the letter and the emotion type of thing. So I asked the staff to do it accordingly.
Yep. Councilor Bailey?
Yep, no comment.
Great. All in favor? It's carried. 6.9, 6.11.
So this one, it's similar to the ERO posting 025, 1257. It's just ensuring that the GRCA memo, the Halton memo, I hadn't seen anything from Hamilton at all, but maybe I missed that. I thought I saw something from Susan Fielding in there.
It's 6.12.
Okay, I might have missed that. Just making sure that all those comments are incorporated into the township's feedback. That was it there.
So through Mr. Chair, I believe we're dealing with that through the reporting out report later, so we can go into that in further detail.
Great.
So we can receive that information.
Yes. So we'll move that. Councilor Hurst, Councilor Bailey, all in favor? It's carried. 6.23.
My last one. It was a resolution from Wasaga Beach around financial relief for managing Emerald Ash borer. This township's had a budget line for the last number of years to manage trees along roadways. A large portion are those impacted by Emerald Ash borer. So my recommendation would be that the township support Wasaga Beach's initial thoughts and seeking financial support from the province to offset some of the costs with managing those trees impacted.
Right, this moved by Councilor Hurst, seconded by Councilor Spillis. Comments?
Well, I'm fully supportive. We have the same problem here, so yeah, I think any support we can get from the provincial government to help fight this ash borer. Great.
Okay, all in favor? It's carried. Is that clear? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Councilor Spillis, 6.11.
Same comments as
Oh, sorry, I missed it.
Councilor Hurst did. I think it would be good if we can incorporate this essence of this letter in the reporting out that you have, Courtney. And Councilor Hurst also mentioned the other two conservation boards, which I assume will do the same, likewise make reference to them.
Right. So we'll see that for information, because we'll deal with it later.
And I think we've received it already through
6.11, yeah, we did.
Yep.
So he's just,
We're okay.
I didn't know, because he pulled it up to receive.
Yeah,
Good.
good.
Sorry about that, Councilor.
No, no, fine.
6.36.
Yeah, no, this is to do with the online ramp closure from eastbound. And I had asked when will it happen? And staff are gonna find out. We had a presentation earlier with the fire department. I was asking, was it gonna affect them? And they said, well, it'd be good if we can get a temporary ramp in someplace. So perhaps what we could do is, as council, I'm willing to make a motion that we ask the MTO to consider putting in a temporary ramp for our firefighters to access the highway, in case there's an accident on that stretch of road.
Just maintain access, whether they call it temporary ramp or however they.
Or whatever, the fire chief said, yeah, but they said it's available for them, they says that's. So, here or there type of thing, I think as council support staff and say, we'd like to have assurances that that ramp or another ramp will be available for accessing the highway when that is closed.
Sure. Let's go with Councilor Lewis, Councilor Bailey. Any comments, Councilor Bailey?
No, I fully agree. It's kind of funny. They haven't thought that through or they didn't mention it, so.
Thursday.
Leadership from Westland Township.
There you go. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. I believe that's all of our.
Sorry, I was remiss in advising that, we do have our, insurance. Providers on the line for report 923 for 1005 stars.
Sure, we can move up.
10:05.
Bring it over.
What report number?
293.
So just Jason. One of them.
Is any? Yeah,
Insurance.
probably says on the off the page. If I scroll past it, there it is.
We have, it's Jason that has this video on, yes.
Can you make it bigger?
And when he talks, it'll be.
Okay, all right, welcome, Jason.
Thank you,
We're gonna do this. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Sam.
Good morning, council, and the public. This report is our annual municipal insurance renewal. It includes the financial implications of what the increase represents of approximately 3% or 7.2 thousand. And it also includes some analysis in there regarding our quotes from 2016 to 2026. I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions. If there's more technical questions, our insurers are here as well.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, can you read the recommendation, please?
That report FIN 2025-031 entitled 2026 municipal insurance be received, and that council authorized awarding the municipal insurance coverage services contract to Intact Public Entities, Inc. for the policy term January 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2027.
Move over, please. Mr. Hurst, Mr. Spillis, any questions, comments, concerns?
Maybe just two really quick ones here. I think the one, just so I understand that the trigger for an RFP process would basically be a costing or a proposed premium cost increase that exceeds 10%. Am I correct on that one?
Yes, yeah, and the report does provide other criteria for issuing an RFP if cost increases are less than 10%, just based on our regular practices of doing them every 5 years and all those other items.
Okay, no, that makes sense. I would say just based on what I'm seeing on the private sector side of insurance, this seems quite competitive from my perspective. So well done. And just the other question, and maybe this is more for Courtney. Is this type of information shared within the other lower tier municipalities within Wellington County to benchmark? And I get that our risk exposure can be different in this geographic region for a whole host of reasons, but is that something that typically takes place? I'm just thinking for market intel, knowledge sharing.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Ms. White Fox. The directors of finances from the various municipalities did actually discuss their increases, and ours was very much in line with what everyone else was looking at as well.
That's comforting. Thanks. So,
And through Mr. Chair, at the CAO level as well, so there is quite a bit of collaboration just to talk about, so if there's any group decisions that can be made or, for cost sharing purposes and that sort of thing, so it's talked at different levels.
thanks.
Good. Sirs, or Spools, sorry.
Yes, when will we be issuing an RFP next? In other words, this is every 5 years. I don't recall when we issued it last.
We did go through a request for quote process, I believe in 2024, we did receive a quote from both Marsh and Intact, so.
So it wouldn't be till 2029 unless the increase goes more than 10%. Okay, the other question is, I think for you, Courtney. I know we discussed this previously, but I was wondering if it's worth rediscussing it again with other lower tier municipalities. Is there any merit in going joint to try to reduce the costs, overall costs? I know there's slightly different profiles for each municipality, but I was wondering if there's any movement in that direction.
So through Mr. Chair, it is a reoccurring item that's talked about at the CAO level. But there, to your point, there are a lot of different challenges that come up, but it is still being discussed. I think it's the KPMG report that discusses this, one of sort of the group buying initiatives that would be beneficial. It's still on the table, but it would be something we would discuss with the treasurers and that if it's a possibility in the future.
Thank you.
Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, I just had kind of a behind the scenes question. How often are the insured like values such as the buildings and the vehicles and the equipment stuff reviewed and updated?
Yeah, so we do, we are required to submit our statement of values for all of our major assets that are insured, and so those are updated annually.
Every year.
But Intact also did do inspections on all of our buildings this year, which was great because now we have those up to date based on their inspection results as well, so.
Okay. That was my other question. Who actually does the evaluations? So they'll do it or in-house stuff?
Well, yes, also like just based on our asset management data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't have any other questions about that. Thanks.
Good. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. That was easy.
Thank you. Just correspondence again on time.
10.1. Is there somebody attending for that? Oh, it's Mr. Denhood. We'll invite you down on the table.
What I have it on is speak with you.
Okay.
Welcome. I'm just working through some IT. Sure. Shall we start?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was just checking the insurance folks made it out of the meeting and they did.
All right. Go ahead, Stan, your report.
Morning, Mayor and Council and staff. I'm here to present a report on our attendance of the 2024 presentation of the 2024 monitoring report for Blue Triton Wells, the water taking at Blue Triton, which is now White Wolf Management Incorporated. So that there has been a transition from between the two companies. That occurred on October the 25th. So there was just a transition from a fairly simple transfer of ownership. As the ministry said, there was no other changes to the permit other than a name change that the director approved, and that occurred on October 25th. I understand that the property was taken over earlier on in the year. I don't know exactly when, but then the transfer of the permit didn't occur until October. So we attended a meeting that is a requirement of the permit, and White Wolf held that meeting promptly and presented the 2024 data. And we have been seeing this data for the past 25 years, presented either by Nestle Waters, then Blue Triton, and then now White Wolf. And I have to say that there wasn't anything striking from any of the data that we saw. Continued taking of 600 million plus liters of water from the aquifer. We see continued drawdown in the aquifer to the tune of 11 meters of drawdown. So the water table draw, or the water pressure in the lower aquifer draws down about 11 meters at the White Wolf well, and then that impact decreases throughout the hamlet of Aberfoyle. But still, within the hamlet of Aberfoyle, we still see 4 to 6 meters of drawdown in private wells. So there is definitely an off-site impact of the water taking. The meeting was held very businesslike. They presented the data and said, we will take any, comments and questions regarding the 2024 data, and that was it. There was some interest from the Wellington Water Watchers to discuss water quality, and White Wolf was not interested in discussing water quality because it's not on as part of the permit or part of the annual monitoring report. So anyway, it was very businesslike, and the meetings went quickly. There's the data ownership. We went through the new permit to take water, and it's pretty much identical to the old permit to take water there. And some of the conditions that were applied to the new permit, same as the old permit, was the setting up of a website. They've got to present data by December 31st, or present how much water they've been taking by December 31st. And by March 31st next year, they have to provide the whole enchilada. They have to provide all the data that they've gotten, all the, how many times the well was turned on, how much water they took, and the monitoring results. What I'm interested in personally, and I think as a township we should be interested in, is what's happened between January and October of this year. That well was off for that 8-month period, or that 10-month period. We would love to, that's never happened in my career here. It's been, on for 30 odd years, and we have not seen that, a period like that. And I just think it would be very interesting to see. So I'm hoping, because this was a simple transfer of ownership that occurred in October, that means Blue Triton owned that well and owned the permit to take water was still in their name, and the conditions there within that permit should have been adhered to. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we can get that we'll get into that information come March 31st next year. So hopefully we will. Then in this report, I go on to basically reiterate the issues that I've had with the permit to take water in the first place. So the permit was the former permit, I think, was issued in 2021, and we had a lot of concerns about it, and in including them in this letter, I'm just basically reiterating the issues that I've had, and then we will have an opportunity in November next year to again state these concerns. The permit to take water was only issued for 1 year, and that's not uncommon for transfers, as I understand, transfer of ownership. But the permit was only issued for 1 year, and that means that White Wolf has to apply for a new permit, or a new extension, or basically get a new permit in 2026. So that'll be an opportunity for us to go through all of the historic data, and then we will raise, and as I've stated in this letter here, we will raise concerns about low water response that weren't included in previous permits to take water. Continue to raise the concern about the fact that when a low water response level 1 is issued, and there has to be an 80%, people with permits to take water have to cut back to 80% of their permit. In the past, Blue Triton and Nestle did nothing about it because they're only taking 60% of their permit today. right? They're only taking 60% of their allowable. And so that meant that there was no reduction required because they weren't above the 80%. And I find that disingenuous. I think that if the creek's in trouble and that's what the low water response is, if there is a drought and if there is stress on the creek, then I think there should be something done about it. And so that is maintained in our comments on the permit, as well as my mantra about the multiple aquifer penetrating wells. And there are numerous wells of that type in the hamlet of Aberfoyle. So their drawdown cone extends underneath the hamlet. And so those wells that penetrate through both the upper bedrock aquifer and the lower bedrock aquifer are drawing water in from the shallow sources. And that is a concern for the long-term water quality of that lower aquifer. And I think just as I say about the city of Guelph, everybody's got to be concerned about the water quality of that lower aquifer. And we think that it's protected by this natural barrier, but every time we punch a hole in it with a new well and we don't seal that up, then that's trouble. So again, I think the ministry should be aware of it, and I'm making White Wolf aware of it as well through this letter, and that is a concern. Other than that, we don't have a lot to say about we have a couple technical comments on some of the hydrographs, but in general, there was nothing new and no greater impact or less impact from the water taking that's occurred for the past 15 to 20 years. So, and they obviously do a lot of not research, but a lot of monitoring. The creek is monitored to death. There's not a lot that they don't know what's going on. So it's really great. It in terms of having a snapshot and having the ability to look at the impacts. They do a bang up job. They do a really good detailed analysis of what's going on. So we're not missing much as far as I'm concerned. So so there is this letter that I think should go to White Wolf. Unfortunately, even in the business meeting that we had, they would not come forward and say who their point person was. So I think I do have an email for Teresa at White Wolf, and maybe that's who it goes to, but we should find out, just as Andrea Simard was the point person that we could talk to at Blue Triton, which was great, and it was nice. I could have a relationship with her and say, hey, we're concerned about this. It'd be nice to know who that person is at White Wolf. But and so we're recommending that White Wolf respond to a couple of the technical comments we have. We would like them to assist with the Township of Puslinch and maybe the City of Guelph on developing an approach to these multiple penetrating wells. We are also to have a group with Region of Waterloo, City of Guelph, big permit holders in the township, getting together and talking about long-term impacts and where we're going, and is there a limit? That's kind of what I would love to get at is there a limit to the water taking in this area? And every time the city takes more water or the region takes more water, there's another incremental percentage of water that doesn't get to Puslinch Lake, that doesn't get to Irish Creek, that doesn't get to Mill Creek. So there's this incremental impact that we really feel should get a handle on and say at some point that we're not willing to have that incrementally increase anymore. So I'm looking forward to that body being generated somehow, and I think Kyle is going to be working on that, and that's part of those source water protection policies for quantity that we're actually working on and is going to be instituted because of those policies. So we look forward to that happening. And I think that these comments should go to the ministry partially because we don't know exactly who at White Wolf is the recipient, should be the receiver of them as well. So, and then I include a couple of figures at the back, just in case there was a discussion needed and I wanted to explain some things, but other than that, that's my report to council.
Excellent. Thanks, Sam. All right, Councilor Hurst.
Yeah, really good read, actually. I always learn something when I read your report, Stan, so that's appreciated. So maybe three things I wanted to hit on. One, did they share any information on future plans for not surprising that they didn't, but I like to ask the question of this.
No, Councilor Hurst, there was no discussion about anything other than the 2024 monitoring data.
Yeah, and I'd echo your comments when I was reading your report, like, I want to see 2025.
Yes, yeah.
I guess maybe my last question for you would be is just your comments around how to drive this larger regional water taking conversation. And again, I don't want to go down a super big rabbit hole today, but like, I think one of the things from my perspective is like, how do we at a township help culture that conversation and put some framework towards that so that it's a fruitful conversation from all the impacted parties? And that's like a big question to ask, right? To give a hot take, but maybe that's just something food for thought for this group to really drive that home, because the more we start seeing, we had the well from the city on Forestel this past summer declare Maltby planning another well going in there potentially. We have this one, so it's this larger piece, whatever the regional Waterloos moving forward with from their perspective to the west. We're kind of all collectively caught in the middle of this, so I think it would be very beneficial to have this larger, longer term, medium term dialogue about what this looks like and all the impacted parties. So I quite like that nugget there.
If I may, to Councilor Hurst through Mayor Sealy, I think that in order to drive that, we have to make a mission statement. We have to say, this is what we're concerned about. We're concerned about those cold water fishery, the brown trout, brook trout, and the wetlands and things like that, because until we have our own municipal water supply, and it's highly unlikely that individual wells are going to be impacted to a great degree. I know that Mayor Sealy sent me a letter this week from a neighbor to from the Southwest pumping test that was done, and there was an impact to their well, but there is a lot of depth to the aquifer and a lot of water available for individual wells. And so that is not going to drive it. We can't say you're going to dry up all our wells, right? But I think that, the interest of the city of Guelph is growth, and the region of Waterloo is growth as well. And I think we have to come up with, okay, but that growth comes at a price. And here's our line in the sand, and that has to be Mill Creek, as our good friend and former mayor Brad Whitcomb would demand, is that Mill Creek oasis, is what we have to strive to protect. And I do struggle with what else, what else can we say and do that'll get the attention of the regulators, and that say, well, enough is enough. And I think that the natural environment, seems to be, a good enough reason, right? And but you're right. We do need to come up with that mission statement, or go to those meetings saying, what, these are the reasons why we're concerned, and unfortunately water wells again are not, private water wells is not going to be the driver of that.
I'll leave it, maybe just a comment for staff is, I'm quite interested in pursuing some sort of dialogue. I'll leave it to staff to kind of ruminate on that. Thanks, Dan.
So I'd just like to follow up Councilor Hurst's discussion on this regional aspect of it. Is there anything in the works from our perspective?
So through Mr. Chair, I do believe that there's quite a bit of conversation that Source Water is having, with the different regional bodies. So from Cambridge, we've had the water monitoring that they've done in our township, and they've been sharing that data with us, I believe. But we can talk about, with Source Water and with our hydrogeologist, what could that look like to maybe strengthen what's happening, just given everything that's going on? Is there something more formal we can put in place?
Couple other questions. You mentioned the 2025 report. Is there not going to be a 2025 report forward?
To Councillor Sepulveda through Mayor Sealy, yes, there will be. It's mandated, it's required. My question is, what's going to be in it? Because if the ownership changed if the property ownership changed in say January, and the well ownership or the well permit only changed in October, then who's responsible for that January to October information?
No, I agree with your suggestion that your letter should be sent to White Wolf, as well as I would suggest City of Guelph. You mentioned ministry, and also I suggest Carl Davis as well. Because I think it's an important issue that we keep flagging. My particular, being my blind, is this fact that everybody else has to adhere to a low water warning. These guys, as you mentioned, all they do is, we're at 60%, so we don't have to reduce it by 80%. That is not true. You and I have our own private wells. We take a certain amount. I'm sure our pump capacity is a lot more than what we take, but we abide by that, and we take a lot less than cut back on what we do. So I think that is a issue that really important to drive home. So, Mr. Mayor, I certainly could make the motion at the appropriate time that this be forwarded to White Wolf and copies to.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I just did an amendment to what is included to add that the responses that we get from White Wolf be provided to the MBCP, City of Guelph, and Source Water Protection.
Okay, and you're asking also for a contact person at White Wolf. I think that's important.
So through Mr. Chair, we'll send it to the email that we have for their hydrogeologist, but we'll ask who can be the person.
Thank you.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, just, I don't know, Stan, if you know this, but is the website that they've referenced up yet? Do we know if that's, they didn't mention that in the
Councillor Bailey through Mayor Sealy, no, I don't know that, sorry.
And then just a question, we're assuming there was no water taking after the property changed hands. We don't know that for sure, but have we noticed any offsite impacts since that changeover happened?
In response to Councillor Bailey through Mayor Sealy, unfortunately, we do have a monitoring network of 16 wells in the township, and very few of them are deep wells. A lot of them are shallower wells on the moraine, and they get ambient background water levels, and we did not notice anything from those wells. And what we would expect to see is water levels coming back up and floating, and getting more water back into the creek and in private wells and things like that. But unfortunately, none of our data includes wells within the area of influence of the Blue Triton, now White Wolf well.
Is that something then we need to be looking into, trying to establish some lower aquifer wells for monitoring?
My response to that is that they do an awfully good job of monitoring and providing that data on an annual basis. And this is a very odd situation where I'm not sure what is going to happen with this interim period. I do hope that we do get to see that rebound, basically, that the recovery of that well, and then when they turn it back on, we'll definitely see the response to them turning it back on. But
So we're anticipating seeing that in the reports, but we're not seeing it physically
That-
in the community.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. And then, yeah, my last comment was on the copying of who this report is going to, so I think you've got that captured. Okay, thank you.
Right. Talk to me about the connection between surface water and deep aquifer, because obviously having a very probably simple understanding, but my simple understanding is that the water on the top is not the deep water aquifer water. That deep water aquifer maybe started somewhere upstream 50, 100 years ago. So my concern, like, I think that a low water response is appropriate if it's more than just political. So if there's something that says, you know, the deep aquifer would draw that depth, but there's that time gap. So just explain that to me to make sure that it's not a political thing and that it's based on science and concern.
Yeah, Mayor Seeley, we have reviewed, every now and then they turn that well off. And we've been able to review that data and the data beside the creek responds to those periods when the well gets turned off. So there is a connection. It's how much water gets removed, it is still an unknown, but there is, because that aquitard, that layer, that protective layer underneath the creek and the till underneath the creek is not perfect. When you turn that main pumping well on and off, there is a response in the overburden, even in the creek. Now, their reports from 2024 and previous say it's there, but it's not very clear, because whenever it rains, the rainfall has a greater impact than the well. But the well does have an impact on it, particularly in that area underneath the hamlet, and say with a little bit south of their downstream from their property limits. That there is definitely a connection there.
Okay,
This
so-
is a big taking there.
Yeah, fair. So building off of that, I know when I first came on, you mentioned these multi-penetrating wells, and I have no idea what you're talking about. I get it. So I would like to, if you can, so the permit's coming renewed in 26. We need to tie that to the multiple penetrating wells and ask that they be corrected. Because from my perspective, you turn the big pump on and you have all these little straws, it's gonna skew the data, because they're going to allow water that's in the upper aquifer to be siphoned in, which would then, in my uneducated opinion, would increase the recharge rate, would also increase the amount of water available. And then thus, maybe that's the connection that draws it from the creek. So maybe the first step is, I agree with you, we need to address these multi-penetrating wells. But I just need to be more scientific than political, because a lot of it's low water, you gotta shut the pump off. Well,
Right.
it's gotta be more than that for me.
Right.
So it sounds like it's there, so let's, especially with 26 coming up, that's our opportunity. So the minimum, they're gonna get it for 5, possibly 10. So that's one point. So the permit was transferred in October 2025. And I just Googled the ERO posting. And because you said it was issued for a year. The permit's 5 years long and the ownership changed. So it wasn't, in my mind, it's not a 1-year permit. It's still a 5-year permit in year 4. And
Oh, I see.
And the
Okay.
ownership changed.
Right, okay.
That's how I view it. So it was 2021, and right on the website, it says here, this is the renewal of a permit to take water number 1381 dash blah, 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 for Triton Water Canada Holdings, Inc. and is for water bottling purposes. I've been informed from people in the public that there was transport truckloads of equipment being hauled out of there. So I guess 2-part question. First is, permits to take water. Are they tied to the use? Is it in the permit? Does it say thou shall use it for washing egg, or thou shall use it for bottling water?
Yes.
Okay, so my question, I would like staff or yourself or somebody to follow up with MECP to confirm that water bottling is occurring on the site, because if it's not, they're not in compliance with their permit to take water. We could maybe start with the contact we don't know at White Wolf.
Right.
I'll leave that with you and maybe leave as a staff thing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just was looking at the clerk because I think we had a similar resolution at the last meeting and I don't know if we've received a response yet.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, we did, and it's included in our reporting
Oh,
update.
sorry.
I don't know if it answers that exact question or if it
It
answers
might
kind of the,
Mhm.
why was the permit transferred when there isn't a use, and they do have an explanation for that, so it might be kind of a follow-up question to maybe that response.
We could look into that and we could bring some information back.
I want confirmation that the bottling is or is not happening there. I mean, I get there might be a transition period with an ownership change and the equipment in and out. I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but if bottling has ceased completely, I think we'd have a larger concern with the rule renewal in 26. That'd be the time to address it, I feel. The same property owner severed off the farmhouse at the front. And when this came to planning committee, I raised major concerns, and it was a very challenging file because the monitoring wells, some, 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
as you're stating, there's a lot, and they do a lot of work, and I think it's great. But the monitoring wells were located on that property that was going to be severed, and I'm calling Courtney and trying to get a hold of you, and is this a concern? I believe your response was, you'd say this, but wasn't a major concern because we could drill new wells or something, maybe. Point being, with this new permit coming up in 26, I want staff and yourself to ensure that there's at least an ask of the province that those monitoring wells have some sort of protection from any sort of severance or loss in the future. Because to me, if that property was severed and those 3 monitoring wells, they could be the least important ones, they could be the most important one, they could be tweenies. Somewhere, I don't know, right? But it was in the moment at planning committee, 3 monitoring wells were gonna be severed off, and I don't believe this council had any idea, and I only discovered that at the planning committee, so. I don't know if you wanna speak to that about the importance of those, and because if a new property owner owns it. Could they say, no, you're not coming to my property to access that data? I don't know.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the permit dictates which monitoring wells get monitored. So even if there's a change in property ownership, if it's on the permit, then they would have to continue to monitor those wells. So I did not do a forensic audit of the 2 permits side by side, but I will take a look. I know the numbers of those wells, and I'll just make sure that they're still on the new permit.
Which I think they are, but my concern is.
Right.
It's fine until it's not, because if a new owner says, so the permit says you have to monitor those wells. And then White Wolf says to Stan who bought the farm, oh, can I come on next week? I don't know how they collect the data. Is it Bluetooth? Is it uploaded? Is it manually collected? I don't know.
Right.
Point is, they could say, you know what, we don't want you on our property. Well, now they have the requirement under the permit to take water to monitor it, but they don't have access to the land. So it just creates a mess.
Yeah.
So I believe we put some wording in that severance. It was close to not getting through that they would write an easement or something along those lines. But for going forward, I think we need to look at it and say, as our conditions to this next permit that, the owner ensure there's access to those wells or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But I just worry if they come offline. I think that's all I have. So. I support what your comments you're asking, especially the contact point person. I find it interesting that they wouldn't take questions. Other than about the monitoring, and would we ask the ministry for confirmation on that? It sounds like what you highlighted in your report, it's an opportunity for the public to ask questions about the water taking in general.
That's what I thought too.
So I feel there's some value in reaching out to the ministry and say, what's your interpretation of this? We may not like that interpretation once we get it back, but because I think that people should be able to ask questions there. That's the historical component. So I don't know if that's part of the.
Yeah, we can either have that formal direction or we can just take it away, whatever you prefer.
Yeah. Good, thank you, start to.
Take it away. Okay. All right, do you want to read the recommendation, please, Ms. Madam Clerk?
The corresponds item 10.1 White Wolf Annual Stakeholders Meeting and 2024 Annual Report be received for information, and the council directs staff to provide the comments from the township's hydro geologist to White Wolf Property Management Inc. for response, and request a primary contact for hydrogeology matters at White Wolf to enable ongoing communication, and the council directs staff to provide the comments from the township's hydrogeologist to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, City of Guelph, and Source Water Protection for their information.
Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Hurst? Councillor Spos, any last questions or comments? All in favor? That's great. Very good job, Mr. Deadwood. Thank you. Appreciate it. Happy holidays, everybody.
Oh, it's me.
All right, what are we on to next now? Bounce around a little bit.
Distributor, I'm just.
Sure. Yeah, we can take a 5 minutes. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. You can use stretch. Welcome back. The next item on our agenda is item 8.1, public meeting, January 21st, 2026 at 7 p.m. Public information meeting held in person at the municipal office, 7404 Wellington Road 34, and by electronic participation through Zoom regarding the 2026 proposed budget. Next, we have item 9.11. Is anybody speaking to that?
And I believe our fire chief is with us.
All right, I'll turn it over to Jamie.
I'm sorry, we're just dealing with some internet issues over here. So this report will be for entering into the agreement with Firehouse Subs. They've created or given us quite a substantial grant to purchase new firehouse. So I'm here to answer any questions you guys would have.
Clerk, you mind reading the recommendation?
That report, FIR 2025-008, entitled Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation of Canada Execution of Funding Agreement be received, and that council gives the readings to bylaw number 2025-092, being a bylaw authorizing the entering into of a funding agreement with Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation of Canada for the purchase of houses and buses.
All right, can I move for that, please? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Spos, any questions or comments for the chief?
Just one, Chief McNeil, the $46,000 and change, is that for the entire cost of the fire hoses, or is this a cost share? I think from the report, it appeared to be 100% funded through the funding agreement. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. 100% of the funds will go to buying all of the nozzles and new hoses.
Thanks. Yeah, that's good news.
Councillor Hurst, or Spos?
Yeah, just a quick thank you for going after this funding, and both the hoses do what they're supposed to do.
Yes, really?
Thanks. Might be a little late in the game to ask this question, but once the hoses are replaced, is there any impact to sort of tanker water supply? Or are there any implications to the delivery of the water?
No, if anything, the new hose is actually larger than the hose it's replacing, so it's going to deliver more water, make it easier on the apparatus because we won't have as much friction loss with the new hose. So it's an all-around improvement for apparatus and staff.
Okay, but does it mean that the water is going to run out in the tankers quicker?
Nope.
Okay. And then I guess just my final question, we're just making sure we can actually purchase before the deadline.
Yes, so everything has already been put in motion with Firehouse and our approved quote that we had for the fire hose. So we will be in, well, lots of time.
Great, good news, thank you.
I would suggest we do a formal thank you and we get all council to sign it. Maybe the fire chiefs or do two, get the fire, you know what, Jamie, you can do your thing, whatever you want to do. But this is pretty substantial, $46,000. We had to finance it ourselves. It's basically a 1% levy hit. So I think we could do a nicer certificate with a, what you call it, not a plaque, but something. Anyways, we all sign it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we can certainly do that. And in addition, there are some, I believe because this is coming through as a grant, there'll be some recognition as well that we do. I think there's a photo. I think there's some other things that are required. So we can add that on.
Yeah, we can present,
Yes.
you know, just something, you know, maybe they want to put it in their association or something. Or not, but I think that'd be a nice little touch. Okay, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. Ooh, you ready? She's not even listening.
Sorry.
All right, 9.21 proposed budget. Mrs. Hand, do you want to give us the high levels and where you need some direction on, and we'll go from there.
Sure, I'll just give the high levels, just going through the report. Schedule A and Schedule B of the report include the operating budget summary and detail, similar to previous years. And then there's a section in the report that discusses the various budget reports that have been presented to council and the public from September to current. It also discusses how the budget was prepared and some of the items that are resulting in increases or decreases to expenditures. They've been outlined in 3 tables. So table 2A is items that were approved through the year through council approved policy or previous council direction. And so that table kind of outlines some of those things. Table 2B outlines what has impacted our budget through legislation or other agencies or current economic trends. And table 2C is some of the recommendations from township staff that have been incorporated in the base budget based on trending, actuals, and just better budgeting based on actuals. Should we just go through section by section and then at the end we can go for questions?
What would you like to do?
I'm okay with either.
I was thinking I'm gonna do the 2100, the 23 talk 100, talk about it. And then do the 2 5Ks, grant applications, just kind of in order on page 5, and then go to the counselors, because that will get you close to the grant.
Yeah.
I'm just winging it.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. Yeah, so the first few tables, everything's already been incorporated in the base budget, except for increased gravel maintenance, dust suppression of 30,000 and the additional 1% COLA of 41.1 thousand, which these are discretionary things that haven't been incorporated in the base that's been provided here.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start here at 9.21, and we have, and I just have questions on the 23-100, but I'll just open it to council first. So there's the 2 tables there. There's $2,100 for peer review statements, cultural heritage value interest, the 23-100. Do you have any questions on those? If you don't, that's fine. Councilor
I just wanted clarification that the 2,300 was for all of the heritage designation bylaw registrations? Or is it just for 2020? Like, how many properties does the 23,000 cover?
For you, Mr. Chair, it would cover the remaining 2026 Part 1 and 2026 Part 2 registrations.
Got it. Okay. Okay. So we've already funded the previous ones. Okay. Batch A and B.
Good.
Yep.
My only question is just on some phrasing. And it says that the 23-1 is a base budget increase, but to be funded by the surplus. So to me, those 2 things are not the same. And so if it is a base budget increase, and it sounds like it's in, where's that 23-1 gonna go after 26?
So it is a one-time base budget increase. And so it's being funded by surplus. So there's the 23-100 expenditure and the contribution from surplus. So the net impact is 0.
Yeah, so that's why I don't know if it should be called a base budget increase, because it's not. It's just funded through the surplus. Because when I see that as a levy increase, right? And it's a one-time purchase, similar, we've done it in the past, I think, like a piece of equipment or something, and it wasn't budgeted for us, we do a base budget increase of 10,000, and you buy that. Now we're gonna get into replacement stuff, but just assume it doesn't be replaced, whatever. And we buy it, then that levy just kind of gets gobbled into next year's either operating starting amounts or not. So if it's just strictly the 23-1 is from the surplus to fund this, then I'm good. But if it's a levy increase, then I wanna know where it's going after this one-time purchase, so it sounds like it's just from the surplus.
Yes.
We're good.
Yep.
Okay, so I just, yeah, that terminal, why is it a base budget increase when, I guess because it's only one time, then it comes out the next time, so anyways, those.
I think the base budget increase aspect of it is that it's gonna increase our expenditures, but you're correct, the surplus is funding it, so it's not really a tax levy increase, but me and the CAO can look at that wording just to see how we wanna word it.
It's one of those things, it's one of those trigger things that I look for, so you don't want me looking for it.
Sounds good.
And then the next two, I know Counselor, we've had some questions in the Q and A. So just a little maybe explanation around the 5,000 for the Township Economic Development and Community Funds, why we're there, why it's in. Same with the Planning Act, a little more explanation, especially just for the public that are attending online.
So if you, Mr. Chair, clerk can probably do that explanation.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of the $5,000 for the Township Economic Development and Community Events is for funding as it relates to two township events, one being the Mayor's Breakfast and the other being our Business Community Showcase. So these are community-based events. So we're just looking for kind of a minor budget to support those and some of the activities that we've had at those events going forward. And then for planning action training, staff are recommending the Community Adjustment and Planning Development Advisory Committee was seeking training for around the Planning Act. Staff are recommending that this be a joint training between council and the PDAC committee. There's been a number of changes to the Planning Act throughout this term of council, and there are a number of Planning Act applications that are coming before council next year. And the committee that it would be beneficial to provide kind of additional training context, and so that's the purpose of those two expenditures.
Okay, so questions, Counselor Hurst?
Just one, and the second one, just Planning Act training, and I guess in the preamble here, it says 2026 permanent budget increase. It's like my interpretation with the Planning Act training would be a one-time training and an annual basis, or is this perpetual training?
Through Mr. Chair, it would be like training to take place every year. So
Okay.
It's $5,000 for training to take place annually related to planning action changes or specific advice.
Okay, I was like, is this a one time, like, hey, here's some changes, let's get trained up on them, or is this every year, same dog and pony show?
Counselor Hurst? I'm like, that's not third.
Oh,
Council schools, I don't like to do.
Yeah, no, I originally had some concerns on whether or not it makes sense to have the PDAC committee do a 2026, given the tenure is only 1 year, but staff pointed out there's some big developments coming on board. It makes sense to make sure that we do the right thing and doesn't cause a issue that we have to go to before the ULT to defend our decision. So really don't want to get into that position. And Councilor Hurst's point, from 2027, they'll have a new council, new members of committee, so it's our hope that these costs be incurred at that time as well. Perhaps subsequent to that, maybe there'll be less, but certainly next 2 years makes sense.
Right, okay. Now, I don't know, Mary, if you wanted to go through the.
Yeah, I can go through
just
the-
Through and see if there's questions.
For sure, yeah. So the report on page 6 of 20 also discusses the Puslinch Community Center revenue and analysis just based on previous council direction. And as outlined in the report, there are some further work that we will be doing around this, just especially with the changes that were recently implemented, as well as the Recreation and Parks Master Plan process. So the PCC revenues have been budgeted similar to previous years, and we will further monitor that in 2026.
Oh, got a question here.
just a question. It's recommended that there's the potential of removing the security guard requirement, but it doesn't say what cost savings that might give. Do we have an estimate on that?
Yes, so I do believe Justine and Sarah could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's maybe $800, Sarah, but maybe you would know.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the cost of the security is actually a cost that is taken on by the renter. They are required to hire security. Some feedback we've received this year is that does create additional costs in the rental process. And because we do have staff on site, there may be that opportunity to remove that requirement for future rentals.
I see. So cost savings would go to the renter, which could potentially increase our rentals. They don't have to pay that. Got it. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Mary, when you said you're gonna budget for previous year's amounts, you mean actuals or projected? Because we're seeing.
Yeah, so the 2025 PCC budget has also been proposed in the 2026 budget. Although actuals are lower, we will be tracking it, and with some of the upcoming changes as it relates to programming and through the master plan recommendations, we're hoping that we can be more in line with 2025 budget. But our CAO can further elaborate if she'd like.
So through Mr. Chair, we are doing our recreation master plan. As you know, we've also created a department that is dedicated specifically to some of the enhancements in recreation programming that we want to see in the township. So we are anticipating that being a change that will hopefully reflect in a positive way with our actuals in 2026 for part of the year, and then I'll go forward after that.
I'm less concerned with getting the rental revenue back up. And I say that because we went through a period where we were trying to transition the hall away from a commercial entity or location to a community-based center. So for me, it's not about trying to get the rentals back up because we were getting damage and misuse and all of those things. It's just getting those budget lines kind of more accurately aligned with what we're asking you to do with that facility. So, it's fine to be off, but that's all. I just don't want to keep projecting high and be low or that kind of thing. So it sounds like you have a handle on it. I just didn't want you to take it as, wanted to revert back to like, let's make this a strictly wedding venue or something. So, okay.
Okay, so the next section of the report just discusses the potential land acquisition analysis from myself and the CAO. It does discuss what some of our current projected balances are in our reserves, including our cash in lieu reserve, as well as our asset management and gravel roads improvement discretionary reserve. So the current proposed cost associated with this work is 1.6 million, and it is the analysis here just does discuss that it's recommended that we use our reserves rather than debt in order to fund this purchase, in order to avoid interest costs of 224,000. But I'll let the CAO maybe add to what I've indicated if there's anything that you want to add to this analysis that's been provided.
So through Mr. Chair, in addition to that, and what would be coming in to council in the future would be potential revenue streams associated with the land acquisition, as well as what those different types of programming and recreational opportunities for the community could be, whether they're revenue streams or not. So we do plan on reporting to council in the future on what this could be if the land acquisition is finalized.
Just further to the CAO's comments, we have included in contract services an amount of 12,000 in parks contract services for the initial operating costs associated with the vacant lands. And that's been funded through a $10,000 reduction in the tree maintenance budget, as well as so the majority of the cost has been funded by a reduction in the tree maintenance budget, but that has been incorporated in the base budget for council.
And how does that translate to real maintenance? Does that mean you hire somebody to do it, or it's just the allocation of staff, resources and stuff?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we are just because of the reality of what it would look like to be able to do that work ourselves in terms of additional equipment, potential staffing. Right now, the contracting of that work makes the most practical sense. So that 12,000 would be towards contract services.
There is also some information in the report, like a lot of the considerations on the use of the land would be through our recreation and parks master plan process. And again, any future site upgrades could be funded by our Parks and Recreation Services development charges and cash in lieu of parkland. And so those projected balances for the various reserves are incorporated in this section of the report.
Any questions from council on that? Okay, Carolyn, this is
So we've already talked about our proposed operating request, and we've already addressed all that, so I won't go through this section of the report. But page 10 of the report includes the community engagement survey results for our public works, parks and facilities service level review engagement, and there's a schedule in the report with those results.
I have a question on page 10. Does anybody else have any first? My question is around the legal contingency reserve, and it says the proposed budget is 0. So I'm assuming that means we're not contributing anything, or I was hoping that the legal contingency would have a contribution that's ongoing from many years ago. And if that's not the case, was there one time contribution to that reserve a long time ago, or what's the?
There was a contribution to that reserve, and just depending on how we're doing budget wise, we do try to contribute to that reserve each year, but in 2025 and 2026 we did not, and it was because the current balance in the reserve was sufficient, and I'd recommend that we contribute to some of these other reserves just based on the balances in those reserves and anticipated withdrawals.
Okay, so in the future, if we get a budget where we add to it, don't remove it permanently if it ever gets, just reassign it so it stays in.
Oh yeah, that's what we typically do. We do reassign it just depending on how we're doing each year.
Yeah. Yes, no. Okay.
But yes, so table 4 of the report does discuss what our recommended contributions to our reserves are, and a lot of this information was already presented as part of our capital budget meeting because there are some capital reserves in there. And there is the recommendation to continue to contribute to our elections reserve. And the winter maintenance reserve, it's recommended that any public works departmental surpluses in 2025 be allocated to that reserve. Just because some of our winter maintenance budgets over the last few years due to the severe winter conditions have resulted in us needing to fund those reserves a little bit more. And one of the tables above in the report indicated how our winter maintenance budget has been recommended to be increased as well, just based on previous year actuals.
Any questions, concerns?
Just one very brief, more a suggestion than a question, would be specifically within these discretionary reserves. And I know in prior discussions over the past couple of years, we've had, I'll call them just target amounts or target ranges per se for each of these. I don't disagree with what's presented here, but what may be beneficial in the notes section would be just a target number. So for instance, insurance contingency, I see you got a current balance of 113K. What's our target range? Is it 100 to 150K? And so then strategically, that we're in a good spot. Or if it's 200K, then the incentive, maybe to the mayor's point, is the thought process is, do we need to be strategically contributing this to get it into that target range? So again, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole today, but that just where my thinking would be is, trying to make strategic financial direction. That might be something that in the future could just be tagged to the notes section.
Yeah, that makes sense. For our capital discretionary reserves, we do provide like the balances in those reserves over the 10-year forecast, which really ensures that we're contributing the right amounts in order to have a proper balance in those reserves. But yes, definitely something to consider for our operating reserves.
Anything else? Councilman?
Okay, so the next section of the report just discusses proposed conferences, seminar, training, memberships and associations, and some of that detail hasn't been provided just because a lot of these budgets have actually decreased from 2026 to 2025, reflecting a more accurate representation of planned expenditures for those amounts. So our surplus allocation, just some information in there regarding our previous practice on surplus, as well as what the current year-to-date amounts relate to in the report. And just as always, January, February, really busy time for finance in terms of getting a lot of the invoices related to 2025 and ensuring that those are all allocated in 2025. The financial implications section just discusses what the current proposed operating tax levy is. Table 5 there compared to the 2026 proposed operating tax levy. So we're seeing a slight increase there. Then the next table, table 6, discusses how that tax levy is increasing, incorporating capital as well. There's some information on page 14 of the report just regarding MPAC and our 2026 return assessment role. And what just some analysis there in terms of the return assessment role, unfortunately, only including growth related to renovations and whatnot, but no specific assessment changes on properties because of the province's continued postponement of the reassessment.
Sorry, do we have any indication from the province if that's?
I feel like they just keep deferring it.
I don't think they're ever gonna do it.
No.
That's my perspective. And the reality is, it's not a cash windfall. It's just a redistribution. So if your house assessed more than the average house, you're gonna pay more tax. If yours went down than the average, you're gonna get a rebate. It's, and I'm not saying this is your perspective, but I hear grumblings with mayors and they think it's gonna be a new bag of cash coming across the table. It's more just, you're just rearranging the puzzle. But, you know, for one, I believe it's either the agri industry, like we're tied in Wellington County to the appeals decision because it's based on 2016. So there's possibility there could be some increases in our industrial lands if a reassessment case. So there are benefits to us if it were to come in, but it's been so long. I think the impact would be pretty big that they're not. I don't know. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they do it, but I haven't heard anything. Have you heard anything?
No,
And
I just keep hearing them deferring it.
Yes.
And AMO's not speaking on this topic.
I think everybody's been speaking on it for a long time, but there's just so many topics that.
Yeah.
And again, it's more of a redistribution, so maybe not as a high priority, but.
I can maybe just share from my day job perspective, I think the one concern from the business side is if you've made significant capital upgrades on particular properties, whenever that reevaluation comes, you're gonna get a hit hard type of thing. So to the mayor's point, if it's just a house, you haven't done any upgrades in the since 10 years ago, probably net neutral. But if you're have gone through some significant capital expansions or upgrades, that's when it's gonna hit. So again, does it matter for the municipality? It's probably all gets out in the wash, but on an individual basis, it could be quite significant.
Okay. So assessment base and growth, there is a section in the report just regarding what our assessment growth is of 0.63%. Unfortunately, it's lower than last year. Last year it was 1.67%. And this represents approximately 35,000 of additional township tax revenue. And so there's a section in the report just discussing if there had not been any new assessment growth, what would have been the tax impacts, and it would have been higher than what's been proposed here.
Can I just speak to that briefly? This is a common theme across the other member municipalities, excluding Erin. And I think Center Wellington, Erin for sure, because they have that huge subdivision coming online. But most other municipalities in our area are experiencing low growth numbers. It's just been a tumultuous year and uncertainty, and I think, so hopefully next year,
Hopefully.
we see a little better.
Yeah, I know that the county does a lot of work with MPAC to ensure we get some of that growth, so. The table 7 just discusses the median typical single family home impact of 51 annually or $4 a month.
So sorry, Mary, that's inclusive of those items that I thought they were excluded in the original 3.88,
Yes, so the 10,000 is excluded.
and it's in now because we just didn't.
Yeah, so it'll be 3.99.
Thank you.
No problem.
What would be the blended rate?
Let's check that really quickly right now.
John's famous question.
Yeah, we're gonna have a T-shirt.
Yeah, blended rate.
What's the blended rate?
That's gonna hit everybody.
Yeah, 100%, no.
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
Township, one part of total amount.
The blended, of course, as always, is lower at the 3.09%, just based on the county and township and education proportions of the total tax bill. So 67% of the tax bill, or 67 cents of the dollar, goes to the county, 19 cents of the dollar goes to the township, and 14 cents of the dollar goes to education for the median single property. So the township increase is 3.99 and the blended is 3.09. Yeah, so I won't go through all of those tables. They are out in the report as well. But of course, as always, there are a number of engagement opportunities. Our public information meeting on January 21st, and then we will also have a Engage Plus Lunch survey that will be coming out shortly prior to budget approval in February.
When we present, can you open your presentation by saying the proposed budget tonight, whatever it is, will result in a $13 increase on the average assessed home? And then you could go through I want that to be the first thing people hear, $13 on the average house. Just take that into consideration, because,
For sure.
right?
Yeah.
We've done a lot
Cups of
of
coffee.
hard work and a lot of good work to get the budget to this, and that's the real impact.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, so that's 9.1.1, right? Do we want to get into 9? I know we have to receive it and all that stuff, but do we want to get into the next report, or do you want to break early, or, because we're not gonna get through it in 15 minutes, are we? No,
Right.
grant application, we might.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
That was 921.
Sorry,
Do you want to, I think the motion that was included in 9.2.1 would be as presented, if we want to receive that.
yes, that's fine. So can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Suppose, any questions or comments on that?
Just really well done. Like, I went through it the last couple of days, like, and really tried to go through with a fine tooth comb, and there wasn't a lot that I could really come back and say, you know what, I don't support this. So just well done to staff.
Yeah, those could be my comments as well. I went through it trying to code and I couldn't find anything in there.
Never mind.
Yeah, don't.
Well, I'd also like to provide my appreciation to the senior leadership team and all finance staff and other team members. It is definitely a collaborative effort.
Councillor Bailey.
No. Thanks to staff. That's great.
It's interesting because, when you see the mayors of the county and they always ask how the budget's going and where you're at. And then, the line I was saying is you have $30,000 to decide whether you truly do it or not. And that's here in these two, $5,000 and that's the rest of it is increase in hydro, increase in gas prices, asset management, placement of items. Like, they're hard things that you really, at the end of the day, you could not support it, but there's major consequences to that. So you get down to the meat and potatoes of it. There's not a lot of fat on these budgets and staff, and everybody does a great job on it. I'm very appreciative of it, and especially in these tough economic times. That's why I think $13 on the average assessed home is a great place to be. And we haven't done any funny business per se, you know, trying to artificially lower it. I'm not a big fan of the tax stabilization reserve usage, unless it's a non-levy thing, but these are tools that people can utilize to drive a increase down, and again, it has consequences, and we haven't gone down that road, and it's due to the staff just working through this hard, and I'm sure this whole council really appreciates it, so good job. It's not approved yet, but we'll take it to the public meeting and see what the public are supportive of it. Okay, all in favor? It's carried. So 9.22, we gotta split it into three. Why don't we do? We'll talk about Sunrise with Councillor Hurst out first. And then, sorry, how are we gonna do this? Yeah, let's do the ones, Sunrise out. And, no, I'm getting myself all confused here. Somebody help me here. How do you want to do it?
We do Sunrise first and then.
Then we can do the Optimist Friends, and then we'll do the balance of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Sunrise individual on its
Yeah.
own will be the first.
And then we'll do Optimists and Friends of Mill Creek second, individually, they're not individually, because
You
there's
can
pair
do
of them.
them together in one
Together.
chart, so that's Friends of Mill Creek and Optimist.
Yeah, and then we'll do the balance of them as a collective. So, well, she's figuring that out. Sunrise, Councillors Coolest,
I don't have a concern with the request.
Councillor Bailey.
I would support the request.
My only comment would be. Last year we did 21,870. What's the difference between last year and this year? It's. $1,867. Because we went through this a few years ago. When we reduced the grant program, and then we realized that we lose levy by doing that, so if we go back. The 3.99 with everything in right now, is that only at 19,013, or is that?
Yeah, it's based on the-
21,870.
No, it's based on the 2026 request of 19,013.
Okay, so we'd be raising the tax. Okay, I was gonna try to get us back up to 21,870, but I'm not gonna do that, so.
Yeah,
Okay, no, that's the answer I needed. I'm good with the 2,900, so if I can get a mover seconder to Councillor Splulis, Councillor Bailey, all in favor? That's carried, and then we will welcome Councillor Hurst back and kick Councillor Splulis out. For Optimists, what are they asking for? 5198,
nice round number.
yeah, not 52. Councillor Hurst, anything?
It's great initiative they do.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Nope, I'm supportive.
Yeah, I'm good with that one too, and then the other one is Friends of Mill Creek, and they're 3,000. And there's a clarification note, okay, can I get mover Councillor Bailey, second Councillor Hurst to approve those two items? We go too fast.
I'm caught up, yep. We're good.
All right, so all in favor of those two, and what's the balance?
Yes, so we have Aberfoyle Agricultural Society for at 3,000, Creef Hills Retreat Center at 500, Puslinch Pioneer at 3,000, and the Whistle Stop Preschool at 1,450.
All right, so any concerns on those items?
My only comment, just the Creek Hills one, you know, that's a good thing for the community beyond just kind of like what they're looking to do, but I think, you know, we can see funding to support larger tourism, driving people into this community. I think that one just stood out as a very new and novel approach. So that's my only thought.
Just a question of staff on this follow-up and Council Hurst comment on tourism. Is there a county budget for tourism that we can draw on? In other words,
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware. I know that we do have some grant funding through economic development initiatives, but we have that allocated. I believe our director of finance could elaborate what it is. I think we had a number of different initiatives, and I don't know if there's something specific to tourism in addition to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything specific at the county level related to tourism.
Okay, the only thing I would suggest if there is, perhaps staff can look into it and allocate this, I request something from the county, surplus cost.
Any follow-up with the ECDev? Ms. Field?
Yeah, I'm in support of all of them, and I just wanted to, again, kind of touch on what Councillor Hirsch has said, like, one of our top criteria for this is to demonstrate collaboration, positive community engagement, and civic pride, and when you look at all of the different applications that come in, like a majority of them are all, have a theme of community gathering and a way of giving back to the community and increasing community volunteerism. And, you know, so the grant that we're providing is being answered, you know, it's working really well together. And it's also something I think that's come up in the strategic planning outreach that we've got. So anyway, I just think that I'm glad that we're able to provide these grants and that it's being given to what we're looking for in the community, so. I'm in support of them.
Perfect. Right, I think I had a mover second.
I don't have it for the last one.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
Councillor Hurst, Councillor Bailey, all in favor? Carries. All right. Let's break down. Is it here?
Yes, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, let's break down. What time? We'll try to be back for one. So too short?
No,
Just so our participants will reconvene at 1 p.m.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Next item on the agenda is 9.2.4, our annual indexing of development charges. So I'll turn it over to Mary Hassan.
Yes, so this is also an annual report for council as it relates to the proposed development charge rates effective January 1st, 2026. In accordance with the township's development charges bylaw. Also, the indexing factor is in line with the County of Wellington and the lower terms in the county, and it's in accordance with the Development Charges Act. I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you mind reading the recommendation, please?
That report FIN 2025-032 entitled Annual Indexing of Development Charges be received, and that the index development charge rates outlined in Schedule B, report FIN 2025-032 be approved, and that the township continue to use the Toronto Construction Price Index as outlined in report FIN 2025-032.
So can I move it, please? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Spillis. Questions for Director of Finance? No, all in favor? It's carried. 9.2.5. The recommendation for this, just receive it for information. You move that, please. Sir, Spillis, any questions? It's pretty standard. We do this every year. Councillor Bailey?
question, sorry, it says I've written, my note says page 4. It says, has council made an assessment of the entity's susceptibility to fraud? And I'm not sure.
Yeah,
If
so
you can
this
speak
is,
to that.
yeah, so this is required in accordance with the public sector accounting standards requirements, and it's just a standard audit procedure that the auditors have, and if they've provided contact information in case anyone has any concerns that they want to relate to the auditors.
So I can help there too. I
Yeah.
think what they're asking is, has the township put policies in place to
Yeah.
Well, and I didn't know if our risk assessment had also contributed to answering some of that.
So our risk assessment hasn't changed from previous years. It's stayed the same, and yeah, we have specific controls in place, including 2 signers on checks and EFTs and many different controls that the finance department needs to ensure are being met, and it's part of what the auditors do to test to make sure that we are actually following the controls that we have in place. So
Okay, good, thank you.
any further? All in favor? That's carried. All right, 9.3.1. Ms. Nichols.
Yeah, thank you. So through Mr. Chair, this is the phase 3 and phase 4 follow-up report on our strategic plan development that we've been undertaking this year. And so this is a report that's consolidating both external and internal engagement. And so just to recap, the engagement that took place was with each of our advisory committees. So that's our youth advisory, recreation, and community wellness, our heritage, our planning and development advisory committee, municipal council, township staff, the development community, community groups, and the general public through a survey. We had a really great response to our surveys that we had out to the public, and again, a great response and participation in the workshop portion as well. So the report details the strategic priorities from each one of these stakeholder groups. So it's either a list of 5 or 6 priorities that were identified through that engagement, and those are listed in the report. It was interesting. There's quite a bit of common themes across all of the different stakeholder groups, which was it made it so that we were able to identify what our pillars should be based on that feedback. So it was really great to see those common themes come forward. And so this report makes a recommendation for 6 pillars that'll be the foundation of the strategic plan that's proposed to come forward early next year to council for review. So the themes for the foundational pillars of the strategic plan are proposed to be, the first one is really around that environmental stewardship. So you're seeing rural heritage being a key priority, environmental stewardship, and the protection of our natural resources. The second pillar is around managed growth and complete communities. So this is really driven by how we're going to be planning for growth in the future. The third pillar is around really community accessibility, safety, and that connectedness. That was a common theme. The fourth pillar is around economic development and just our employment base. So really focusing on how we can support our existing businesses and attracting new businesses. Again, driving that balanced tax base is what that was really suggesting. The fifth pillar being community well-being, engagement, and inclusion. So again, around our volunteerism, recreation, civic engagement, and that overall connectedness. And the sixth pillar is around good governance, financial stewardship, and organizational excellence. And so again, this comes back to being that responsible government, the financial prudence, and just that service excellence. And being able to set ourselves up to be able to provide that very sustainably. So the next steps in this process would be to bring a draft final plan to council. Either we're aiming for February, March, and then have that adopted in the first quarter of 2026 as well. So again, the recommendation is to move forward with these 6 foundational pillars, either as presented or amended, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, is there a recommendation there? Madam Clerk, can you read, please?
That report, CAO 2025-005, entitled Purpose and Strategic Plan Phase 3 and 4 Engagement be received for information, and the council directs staff to proceed with the first draft of the 2026 to 2032 water plan based on the recommendations as presented.
Move it, please. Councilor Bailey, Councilor Spillis, questions? Concerns?
Yeah, maybe just two more comments than questions per se. So one, just the feedback that I had from the Heritage Committee was quite positive thereafter the workshop. Felt that their comments were well received, and I think that just generally very appreciative. Interesting from my perspective. Now we have like expectations of those committees that they provide feedback, and I think they'll want to see what comes out of this. And I think that's such a fantastic opportunity, because then you can, share, here's what we heard type of thing, and here's how we're enacting it. But my only other comment would be is phase 6 is communication and integration beyond phase 5. But I get that you're trying to work towards finishing it, but I think really the key piece for me, based on the feedback that I had kind of after the session with Heritage, was this is all wonderful and great. How do you live it? type of thing. So that would be my comments, Courtney, would be maybe not for today, but phase 6 is like, how do you get it out in the public? How do you communicate it? How do you live it? Type of thing.
Councilor Spillis.
Yeah, well, these are all great goals, and I guess also the goal is how do you get there type of thing. So you plan to have a series of steps how to achieve all this stuff for each one of these items?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the phase 5 report is going to have what we've seen in the past with that scorecard. So there'll be, the pillars will be the headings, and then we'll have a number of strategic initiatives listed under each. We'll make sure that, we talk about how is that goal being measured. So over the course of the year, how are we measuring it with the different, corporate work plan items? We're also going to make sure that each initiative is assigned to a specific department. So that department owns it and make sure that they're bringing back, when they bring back initiatives, they're tying back to the strategic plan so that we can have that measurement. So we'll see quite a bit more detail in the next version of this, or the next stage of this, really highlighting what under each of these headings, what does that mean and how are we going to actually measure it?
So there'll be schedule and everything that, so that's great. Thank you. Okay.
Councilor Bailey.
Yeah, I guess my question is similar to that. It was how does the corporate work plan sync with the strategic plan? So are we're sort of superimposing and saying, okay, now everything in this work plan is going to be slotted into the different pillars and make our checklist kind of that way, or how's that syncing in the future?
So through Mr. Chair, to give an example, for instance, under good governance, we may have our a main initiative being our annual policy and bylaw review. So we do have a schedule that we work through internally to say, okay, this bylaw's hit its 5 years, let's bring it back for a review, likewise for a policy. So you might see that larger initiative listed under the strategic plan, and then that's going to translate into the corporate work plan for that year to say, okay, based on that schedule, which bylaws are we reviewing? We're going to make sure that the corporate work plan has additional metrics in it to be able to link back to the strategic plan so that it all sort of works together.
Okay, and then I'm gonna ask, I had wondered when I was reading this, you've split it up into the 6 pillars. I don't know why in my head, but I had pictured 4 pillars. And I just wondered if you could speak to how will that get determined? Like, are these 6 pillars set in stone, or are we waiting for more input and this could change, or why did you like the 6?
So if you, Mr. Chair, for the first question, we would like to get the whatever our pillar foundation is going to be, we'd like that set today, so that we can move forward with the next step. And then again, if we wanted to consolidate, if there's a couple here that seem like they fit well together and we could consolidate it into one, we could do less. But really just thinking about how this is going to be implemented, I don't think that there is concern of the number. I think we can certainly maybe title them a little bit easier to remember. We can do those types of minor tweaks so that it's maybe more readable to the public, but in general, I don't think there's an issue with how many.
No, and I think as you went through it there, everything was, it was making sense, like why you've got the pillars that you've got them, so thanks for that.
When we're done the strategic plan, and this may already be in the works or considered, but what's sticking out in my mind is we have this bridge replacement in Morriston. One of the questions from the members was the pedestrian walkways across the bridge, and we're going to be advocating to the MTO for that. There was somewhat of a sidewalk there on one iteration of that bridge. Anyways, when we see these reports coming forward, at the bottom where it says, prepared by the CAO, will you be putting that this ties to the strat plan under section 4? Because I think that's important, because we're already doing things that you're reading through this and you want to connect to the community, and we're advocating the MTO and doing these things the public are asking us to do, but we're not actually putting on paper that we are. They have to kind of connect those dots themselves. So it sounds like we're already going to do that. So going forward, once it's complete, they'll say prepared by CAO, fits item 4, strategic plan with the move. That'd be great.
Yes, through Mr. Chair, absolutely.
No, it's good work. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but. Did I get that? We were just here for that. Did we just
Yes.
read that yet?
I believe she's read it and we do have a mover.
Okay, any further questions or comments? No.
Mr. Collins, good report, a lot of good work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Were you happy with the engagement overall? You
Yeah.
can't really say no on the cameras on, but I think we worked pretty hard to get people engaged and.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the public engagement was great. I also think our internal stakeholder engagement was great. A lot of, I think on both sides, we appreciated the feedback, but I think the participants appreciated being able to contribute as well.
Sometimes you hold a public meeting and, you know, like 10 people show up or something, or, also to have that engagement, that's good. Excellent. All in favor? That's carried. You're up again for 9.3.2, corporate work plan.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. So this is an update to the existing 2025-2020.
Oh, shoot, we're back.
Okay.
Last one. Stan Denhood mentioned that we should have a mission statement on protecting the Mill Creek and the concerns around the water as a whole. I feel for the strat plan, sorry, it's reconsideration council. Staff should take that away and try and embed that in the strategic plan. At least have those conversations. I'll go around the horseshoe here because I think he's hitting the nail on the head that it has to be, we're prioritizing this cold water fishery. We're prioritizing the, you know, the aquifer, and we're concerned about these multi-penetrating wells. So I'll just go around the horseshoe and thoughts on that.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Sure, it fits in on one of the pillars, the environmental stuff.
You can work with Stan on that and somehow make it fit.
I have some ideas. Yes, you can bring it back.
Yeah, I had it written down and forgot as well.
Yeah.
So water mission statement, and then the regional focus group, but the mission statement was
Yeah.
what Stan wanted.
That was great recommendation. So sorry for that revisit. Right, back to you now.
Yes, right. Just frozen. All right. So yes, thank you. This is our update again, just as a refresher for council. The corporate work plan, we are taking through the first quarter of the next year. So this corporate work plan will go until March 2026, and that just aligns better with a lot of our project timelines, budget, all of those things in terms of internal processes. Again, we had 118 identified projects for that period of time. And the updated schedule will let council know and the public know what has been completed to date. Some items are being deferred, some of them to future years. And that's based on discussion with department heads and sometimes legislative requirements, things that are coming out of our control. So if there's any questions on anything, the senior leadership team is available as well.
All right, clerk, you want to read the recommendation, please?
That report CAO 2025-006 regarding the 2025 to 2026 corporate work plan update be received for information.
Whoever please, Councilor Harris, Councilor Sprouls, questions, notes?
Just a question, sometimes in the course of the year, we might get an emergency task to be done, so there's flexibility in this to shift things around to allow for that.
Yes.
No questions.
All in favor? It's carried. All right, this is you again, 9.3.3.
Yes, thank you. Through Mr. Chair, I do actually have a presentation and one of our clerks is going to share screen. So this is our the township's application to the county housing development fund. So if council recalls, we had a report earlier this fall. The county has set up funding for potential total of $1 million for each member municipality. And they do have to follow the criteria that was set out for that application. So council had authorized staff to go ahead and approve council. And sorry, I see we lost our video again, so maybe we just want to pause for a second. The next step in this process is to get our policy in place for how we would be working through our ARU grant program, and then this will go back to AF and HR committee in the new year to get an agreement put in place between the township and the county for that funding. So I did want to walk council and the public through what we presented to the county. There have been some changes, not to the Sunrise portion of the grant application, but to the ARU grant, just based on meeting the requirements of the application. So I'll briefly go through Sunrise and what we presented. So again, just highlighting who they were, where they operate, what their supports are, and just really how important this type of housing is in the county's housing continuum, because of the individuals that it serves and just how underserved they are currently. On the next slide, the AFNHR committee did ask for some information around the full scale of the project, just making sure that any funding that was going to be provided specifically went to the resident and respite. Just because there are multiple other projects on site, including the barn expansion, and some other uses. So we are able to satisfy that requirement because this is the building permit that has been approved at this time. So any funding would be directed towards that specific building. They asked on the next slide, you'll see they just asked they wanted to see what the actual accommodations look like, because they are for long-term rental use. And so we provided them with this what's from the building permit, and it just shows how each unit is equipped with a bedroom, sort of a desk area, their full bathroom, bit of a foyer, and I believe they each have a small kitchenette. And then again, just the value that this building is bringing with the common areas where residents can learn different life skills in these common areas. So they were pleased with that information as well. And then there's two types of rental suites. So we just provided that rental suite A. They're just set up a little bit differently in rental suite B. Next slide. We highlighted some milestones on the next slide. Again, happy to say that they've worked through their building permit process. They're in good shape to start some construction. And so we had asked for an immediate release of a partial amount of funding for them as soon as it's ready and available, and then the final funding release in 2027. So again, you can see on the next slide, it just details the timing. That was based on Sunrise's application that they submitted to the township. We did play the video that Sunrise has done. We won't play it again today because this council has seen it. But it did a really, really great job at highlighting what their services are. So the second proposal, again, it's our ARU grant program. And so this was presented, overall really good feedback. They liked the idea, they liked the concept, it met the test of the criteria for the fund. But what we did need to include was what our rental caps were going to be. So on the next, right, here's where we'll start. So again, looking at that $10,000 to $15,000 grants for eligible property owners. And again, it's supporting that diverse type of housing, multi-generational housing, and encouraging that rural compatible intensification. So again, that gentle intensification where we're not looking at necessarily new lots. So this is something that's come from, come from one of the county's reports that was published in June of this year. And what it did is it sets out, it's from the CMHC data around what in Puslinch affordable monthly shelter costs are. And so you can see we go from very low income up to high income and what that affordable monthly shelter cost is based on their calculations. And so the two groups, the two categories that we will be targeting through this program, because it makes sense when we look at market value of rent in our area, would be the low income to the moderate income. So again, we're targeting those two groups. The very low income, this program will indirectly support that, and that's mostly because ARUs that are built for family members where they're not being charged rent or very minimal rent, you're going to sort of hit that very low income, but it's not designed necessarily to address that directly. The low income and the moderate income is what we're looking at, and that's we compared to what the actual market rates are in the township. Sorry, next slide would be great. So the way we divided this up to make most sense is that when we're looking at the 1675 rental cap, we wanted to be able to say, okay, that makes more sense for perhaps a bachelor or a one-bedroom apartment Whereas that 2680 makes more sense for a 2 to 3 bedroom that's designed for a family and potentially a dual income. So we looked at how we could structure those two rent caps from a design perspective of the ARU. So again, we're looking at attached versus detached units, and then again, the size and number of bedrooms. So on the next slide, you'll see here, this is the 15K grant. So this is the this is what we calculated would be appropriate for a $15,000 grant. So we're looking at detached. So 15K we've suggested should be awarded to those that are building a detached ARU, just because that matches the cost a little bit better. And that could be for either a detached 1-bedroom bachelor or a detached 2 to 3 bedroom. And then you can see that based on the size, we've assigned a rent cap. So if you are to receive $15,000 for a detached 1-bedroom, we would expect a rent cap of $1,675. And that would be over a 10-year term. And so again, the way we calculated that was the differential between what the market rate would allow for that type of a unit and between what we would be requiring as a rent cap. And it makes most sense to span that over 10 years based on the value of the grant. Again, when we're looking at the 2 to 3 bedroom one on the previous slide, the only difference was instead of 10 years, it's 7. Again, just because the differential between the market value and the rent cap in that calculation. On the next slide, same calculation, just a $10,000 grant. And the suggestion is that the lower grant be awarded to ARUs that are attached. So we're thinking basement apartments, above a garage, within a house, some sort of a conversion of existing space. So it's a lower amount because they're not doing the detached. And again, you're looking at a different term of affordability that would be required for those. These are the eligibility criteria that we've established. Again, this is some of the rent cap we do need to keep in place because that's what's been approved by the county in order to be eligible. But we do have the ability here at our council to adjust some of the eligibility criteria, but this is the listing of what staff suggest. It's in line with what we do for other types of grant funding. And again, can be tweaked as we work through the policy. And on the next slide is our funding request. So we are seeking an immediate release of that 200,000 once we have an agreement in place. Again, we only have until the end of 2027 to allocate these funds. County has confirmed that allocation means a building permit in hand. So it can't just be the establishment of the reserve fund. It has to actually be linked to a building permit. On the next slide, this was our survey. I think this was, and our deputy clerk might be able to confirm, the most response that we've gotten to an engaged Portland survey in a very long time. So lots of interest in the community generally for ARUs. You'll see that a large amount of people were not even aware that they were permitted to have an ARU. So I think that's our first hurdle, making sure that the awareness is there. And then again, over 90% expressing that they'd be interested to apply for a grant if it existed. Most are looking for that detached ARU, a little bit for the basements. And then most say that 15,000 or more is ideal support. And that again aligns with the cost profile for a detached ARU. Timelines. Again, we're moving along pretty good with this. If we get our policy in place for January, hopefully we can have the funding in place in Q1 from the county and then launch the program in time for sort of building permit season in the spring, which would be great. And I'd be happy to answer any questions and take feedback on the policy that was provided to you. And we can bring back that final version in the new year.
Great. Sirs?
Yeah, really interesting concept here. Maybe the one question that when I was reading this the other day, going through it, maybe this comes out in the policy, Courtney. So if it's something that gets addressed in January, just that's fine. But it's the rental amounts. And how does the township verify that? And I overlay that with like, how do you keep these things administratively light type of thing, right? Because I can just picture a home myself. If I did one, am I submitting an annual report to the township? Like, can you maybe just to that?
Yes, so in the draft policy, section 12 talks a little bit about monitoring, compliance and administration. So we put in a first draft of what we would think that would be. And it really does require, that confirmation from the property owner through a declaration on an annual basis that they're doing what they said they're going to be doing. With the ability for the township to request any other information. We are prohibiting short-term rentals. So again, being able to monitor that on our end is something that we can easily do. So there is a bit of administration. We're also going to be working with the county. So they do rent control and they have a program at the county level. So we'll be seeking their guidance if there are stumbling blocks here on how we can draft this, keeping it administratively light. But we have a starting point in the draft policy.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Maybe my second question would be is, so what if you have a homeowner that builds one of these and it sits vacant for 2 years? Do you do that?
So through Mr. Chair, we did contemplate that many people will say, we are not charging rent, whether it's vacant, whether it's a family member, whether it's this, and then you're meeting the criteria regardless, because it's fine if there's no rent change charge, we just don't want you exceeding.
Curious how see the role there.
I suppose.
A question perhaps for the mayor. In the event, we either don't spend the full amount, is there an opportunity to use those funds for some other purpose, such as retopping up Sunrise?
Yeah, there's an opportunity. We had this discussion at AFNHR. If once the program's up and running, if we're getting near to the end of 27, we can approach a committee and ask either for an extension of the program. We can ask for to reallocate it to Sunrise. We could, hand it back over. I found it interesting, the CAO's comment, and I was going to ask about that to me, but this has to be at building permit stage, and the money has to be returned. I'm going to ask CAO's follow up with the county on that, because the Rockwood supported project is Stepping Stones. No, not Stepping Stones. Stoneline or something. Anyways, I'm mixing up my names. They have a seniors complex, and the money is going towards plans, getting the plans drawn up and things of that nature. So is this a requirement for all of the projects we've done, or did the one in Rockwood get an exemption? So this is an angle we can work. If they got an exemption, then I would be going back sooner rather than later, asking for a similar exemption. So clarity on that. But anyways, at the end of the day, we can go back to the AFNHR committee, because CAO at the county indicated when they created this program, it was meant to be vague, because they wanted to fit different projects to the community. And they stated that the committee can do whatever conditions they want on it, or relax conditions. So that's what I would suggest as we see the update. We're getting third quarter 27, and we have some money left. We go back and ask for an extension. Or
conversely, now supposing this goes through like hotcakes, everybody's on it, and we got a list of waiting. Is there an opportunity to go back to the county and say, we got another $100,000 worth of building here? Is there opportunity to ask for those funds, or like would the other townships underspend, or are they likely to also?
We could always go ask, is this standard answer. I would say that everyone is very protective of their allocation. What we first heard was when Courtney, and she says we presented this, she presented this. There was members that said, we should just put our letterhead at the top of this and adopt this program. That's how thrilled they were with it. So I don't think there'll be an opportunity to get more money. But if
You never know.
You never know if there's money sitting there and the county council, and this has got a lot of uptake, then it could. So that could be part of our ask.
There could be a program countywide
Yeah,
too,
I don't think it's embarrassing to go ask for more.
for something that's worthwhile like this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's good.
Can you just help me understand the rent cap, how that works over a 10-year period?
Yes.
Because my anticipation would be that rent might go up over 10 years, or is this something we're asking the homeowners to lock in their rent cap?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's something that staff do need to take away and do a little bit more research on, because I know there are provisions that allow you to index your rent based on cost of living calculations. And so I want to understand how that works when when there's an affordable rent cap in place.
Yeah.
So that'll be a great thing to talk to the county about, since they do this. They have a department dedicated to it. But it's something that if we do need to allow for that, we would build into the agreement.
Okay, good. And then just a comment, I think it came up in the last time we had a conversation about it, but something to help an ARU application go smoothly. Talked about maybe a flow chart or a checklist, where homeowners upfront know exactly what the costs are, know exactly what the process is. So halfway through, they're not being surprised with, a septic bill or something they didn't expect. So I'd like to see if, whether it's building department or someone can just have a nice flow chart or checklist for the applications coming in.
Yes, thank you, through Mr. Chair. And something that I forgot to mention, it's not in the presentation, is something else that staff are currently working on. Again, to make the process a little bit smoother, is to have pre-approved drawings for ARUs. So I think we've talked about this a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's something other municipalities have done, where they'll have different designs, they're pre-approved, they're on the website, you can use them, you can get contracted out, you can do it yourself. But it makes it so that the building permit process is that much faster. We know it's been approved, we're just looking at site plan zoning. And so what staff had brainstormed is that we have our development community in this township is very engaged. And so we were going to put out sort of an expression of interest if any of our developers wanted to design ARUs for the township to use on our website. They could have naming rights under our donation policy, again, whatever they were called. And so have those designs donated essentially to the township for the public to use. So we're looking into that to see if there's uptake with our development community, and it would save, $5,000 per design that people are spending. So that's something that would exist in perpetuity. It would be sort of a built-in discount, even if and when this grant program was finished.
It's a great idea. Yeah.
The only other question I had is that for the Sunrise application, it was saying, a target of January 27 release. I don't want that to be a hard release point. I want that to be, the goal to get them to the point where the money go. What if they have their building permit? What if they find the balance of the funding and then our agreement states, oh, you don't get the second draw till January 27, they're gonna be short 500K. I'd say that's just like a projection. Does that make sense versus a hard release for January 27th?
Do you, Mr. Chair, staff can take that away. We are working with the county on that agreement. So maybe there's at least some language around that.
Still want to point them up. And then the whole building permit thing, I'd like some clarity on that, because maybe that other project will get underway quickly, but. So, yeah.
So through Mr. Chair, again, with the draft, we'll bring back another version of it, incorporating the indexing, that sort of thing for policy. Was there anything else, any different eligibility criteria or anything, or was it all right the way it was presented?
I think it's all right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I had the same question about the rent increase, because I Googled it, for this year's 2.1%, so. Do you cap the rent for 5 years and then allow them to do indexing? But you said you're gonna look into it to see, because on 1675, it's supposed 35 bucks or something like that in the first year, so it could.
For 10 years, that
could add up.
yeah.
I don't know if staff have most of these. Let's say this. I don't know if staff have the ability to see what the market is offering for rental units in Portsmouth right now.
Mr. Chair, as part of our analysis, when we were looking at that, for the period of affordability based on the differential, so, it's not, $2,800 for two bedroom, 3 bedroom, we're asking 26 at the rent cap. 1,800 for the 1 bedroom or bachelor, we're asking for 16 and change, so.
So my perspective is, 16 was a lot,
Mhm.
I was thinking the market wouldn't bear that people would be looking for you know, I just think if you put your place up for rent at 16, then people maybe wouldn't take it, but. So it's not a bad thing, I'm just, maybe I'm out of touch, it's fine, I know rent's really expensive, so I think. Having that cap is reasonable, it's not artificially low, is what I'm getting at, which is good, so. Okay. All right, can I move over to seconder to receive that report, Councilor Bailey, Councilor Hurst? It's just for information, right? Or is there any-
And to approve, we're approving the policy as presented, but I am bringing it back again to look at the indexing and look at the administration of rent cap.
Does the
How do you
county
read it?
then need to see what's been approved today, or they're already good with what you presented?
So through Mr. Chair, I don't even think they want our policy. The next step is the agreement, but we really need the policy in order to.
Yeah.
Administer the agreement.
You need to rate it, or you?
No, I've got sort of my follow-up captured and we'll do it as presented. Or I guess we'll do it as amended and I'll bring it back.
Councilor Bailey has one word.
Yeah, just one more question. How, what is the plan on promoting this and getting it out into the community?
Through the chair, we'll definitely be promoting it on all of our usual channels, social media. You can do stuff on our website as well. We can do direct engagement with certain property owners as they submit building permits. I don't know what that would look like, but we can look into options for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to that note, I think of the around 100 people that participated in the survey, most of them gave us their contact information and wanted to have that connection if it was approved.
I've seen it already on Facebook. It's pushed through, it was just are you thinking of an ARU or something like
Yeah.
that?
That would have been pushed for the survey, yes.
Survey.
But yeah, to the CIO's point, we have people's emails.
Or
to
flyer.
submit the survey.
What about a flyer?
Through the chair, we can also include this in our tax inserts.
Yeah. I think that's a good.
I'll make note.
Leave, when the angles, February, when's the first installment, 26?
Beginning of February.
So it'd be good timing to get that in there.
Okay.
February.
Okay, all good. That's carried.
Good job. Doing that one.
All right, we are on to 9.4.2, and Mr. Steve.
Through the chair, the purpose of this report is to provide council with updates on a number of items. Also contained in this report is our proposed comments for ERO posting 025-1257. There's also an update on staff's meeting with the FTO regarding the phase 3 improvements to Highway 6 and Highway 401. We have Wellington Source Water's comments that they provide with respect to ERO posting 025-10104. We also have a report back to council on the proposed speed mitigation measures between the two roundabouts on Brook Road to reduce speeding. And then we also have a response that we received from the MECP regarding the permit to take water that was transferred where no water taking is occurring at that time on the site. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, is there a recommendation you can read first?
That report COR 2025-066 entitled Reporting Out from Council Direction Update Received for Information. And that council directs staff to submit Schedule A on behalf of the township Presidential Council for response to ERO posting 025-1257 as presented / amended. And that council directs staff to submit comments. The comments in note 2 to the city of Guelph for their consideration in response to the notice of complete application and public information meeting for the Hanlon Creek Business Park Phase 3 as presented / amended.
Good. You move that, please, Councilor Hurst. Let's just go, sorry, questions, Councilor Hurst, as a last year.
Yeah, just a couple quickly. Yeah, I thought the conservation comments were really good. I think the only filter would be just to make sure that it's consistent with the 3 conservation authorities' feedback that we work with. I think that was the one. The Highway 6 improvements, I guess I'm looking at slide 3 from the ACOM and I see this big new Highway 6 connection road and I'm like, is that what I think it is type of thing in their plans? Fantastic if it is, so maybe if there's any comments on that one. And just the last one was the ERO posting 25-1104, just maybe an update on that. That's it.
Sorry for 1104. I don't have any particular comments to share from Source Water with respect to that outside of the comments that they provided. If you have questions.
That's fine. I think it was more just If it's final, good. It was more just an update. Yeah.
Yes, that was what Source Waters did.
I guess those.
Yes, with respect to the Schedule A, can we incorporate a paragraph someplace in there that sort of acknowledges the receipt of the information from the CEO of the each conservation authority, specifically if we want to pick on one would be on the Grand River. Secondly would be the alternate, thirdly would be the Hamilton. Each of them have their own separate comments type of thing, but somehow have a paragraph in that acknowledges that we are in the same vein as they are, or whether this one size for all doesn't make sense.
Do you want to try to?
Yeah, I've actually submitted something that captures the comments from all three associations, because the Conservation Halton one came in a little bit late. But what I've done is just drafted something that says, here's a summary of what all three of our, conservation authorities that impact Puslinch say, and how it impacts us. So I don't know if, do you want to share it, or I can just read it? And then I just wondered about attaching it to either the end of our comment that's been shared. Was gonna wait and see what council wanted to do with.
You want to read the whole thing?
Well, we can, it's very spaced out.
Sure, you go.
Or do you want to put it up? Can we share it up?
What are you doing now? I like the idea of attaching the three consultation piece, like the Halton, Hamilton, and GRCA, as a supplement to the township's application. I think that just really reinforces the alignment that Councillor Bailey is speaking to.
And this just kind of summarizes that they all have similar concerns that impact Puslinch.
So would your comments be folded into the township suggested
Yeah.
response as a someplace?
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether just to add them on at the end. I don't mind reading it if you want to follow along.
So through you, Mr. Chair, what I've done is incorporate the comments towards the end of the initial letter that's contained in the package. So it begins here and then continues down, and then I've made a minor edit at the end. Just in the final paragraph here, just saying until such time that clarity and assurance has been provided for all concerns. That we don't support the restructuring, so. If you want to kind of read at your own leisure, if we want to read out loud.
Read it.
I'll read it. It starts with
I started with further.
okay. Further, the township notes that the Grand River Conservation Authority, Conservation Halton, and Hamilton Conservation Authority have each submitted comments on the ERO, expressing significant concern with the proposed regional consolidation of conservation authorities. Collectively, the conservation authorities advise that the province's stated objectives of improved consistency, efficiency, and permitting performance can be achieved without large-scale amalgamation. They recommend alternative approaches to including province-wide service standards, which we've heard through Conservation Halton quite loudly, a centralized digital permitting platform, and expanded shared services while maintaining watershed-based locally governed conservation authorities. So that's what's been pulled out of our comments for sure. The submissions further caution that the proposed regional model would dilute municipal representation, reduce the effectiveness of local watershed knowledge, and create substantial transition costs and operational disruption, potentially diverting resources away from core responsibilities such as flood management, permitting, and stewardship. The conservation authorities also emphasize the importance of meaningful consultation with municipalities and Indigenous communities prior to implementing structural changes. And they recommend that the province pause the implementation of the proposed boundary changes to allow for collaborative development of modernization measures that strengthen rather than destabilize the existing conservation authority system. The comments submitted by the Grand River Conservation Authority, Conservation Halton, and Hamilton Conservation Authority are directly relevant to the Township of Puslinch because the township relies on watershed-based Conservation Authority review, permitting, and floodplain management to support land use planning, infrastructure protection, and public safety. The proposed regional consolidation in ERO 1257 could reduce local municipal representation and decision-making, increase administrative distance between the township and its conservation authority partners, and create transition-related delays that would affect development review, hazard management, and environmental stewardship with Puslinch. The Conservation Authority's shared recommendation to pursue modernization, shared services, and consistent provincial standards without amalgamation aligns with the township's interest in maintaining timely, locally informed planning decisions while achieving efficiency and consistency in provincial oversight. Maintaining effective, locally informed conservation authority engagement is essential to the township's ability to implement its official plan and to meet its obligations under the provincial policy statement, particularly with respect to natural heritage protection, natural hazards, watershed planning, and directing development away from areas of flood risk. So we could add it to the end. It kind of ties in. So it shows Puslinch concerns, and then it shows the conservation concerns and says why it's important to Puslinch.
I think, Justine's got it captured in there, she's already blended it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good.
We don't have an official plan.
Well, it essential to the township's abilities. Well, it says, yeah, it's official plan, but
TBD.
we follow the county's official plan. So we could say that it's part of our, what we follow.
I'm just gonna clarify it. That
Yeah.
is actually in there verbatim. We just gotta tweak it a little bit.
The county's official, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
That's good.
Do we need a mover and a seconder for that or?
So Commissioner Fist amended the motion on the floor right now, so we have a mover and seconder, and I've added that it be submitted as amended and also incorporate the information that we received from our 3 conservation authorities as attachments.
Have they gone around already? About everything?
No.
Still got the other.
Yeah. So, go ahead. Councilor Hurst, do you have anything else?
I'm good with it.
Okay, the Brock Road, the speed cameras or relief on it. I've asked a question, it doesn't make sense to look at a crosswalk further down. And the staff suggestion was, it is, but it would be cost somewhere between $350,000 to $500,000 for this work. So I guess my question is, should we ask and they can say no, or at least put it on a table that it's there, that's something that's desirable for the future?
So the basis for that costing, is that because you have to build a safe island in the middle or what's
Well,
the?
that's what my understanding is, they have to widen the road, put a safety island in the middle and all that sort of thing.
So if we go down, if we're successful through the road diet and the EA at the county and they reduce the lanes, would that not open up an area for an island without actual hard capital cost increase?
Well, they're saying they need a zone on either side of the road for people to queue to cross, like they have to extend the sidewalk on one side.
That's what I mean, if we, instead of doing parking through the whole thing, just through design, can you not just,
Yeah, you can probably do something like that, yeah.
so is it worth? Either waiting or, cause we're doing the the county's supposed to be doing the EA for the area. We submit a comment up to them that through their EA process, they consider a crosswalk
Sure.
for design
That
criteria.
makes sense.
And that could be the first step, and then if not, then we,
Well, I'd like to throw back to staff, FCA and merit in this crosswalk, being done as Mayor suggests as part of the road diet.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think it's a great time to ask for that. I think that that's the right opportunity. It's a good suggestion through the EA.
and the $210 million that's being coming from the province.
Yeah.
So that'd be the first.
Okay, so how do we communicate it? Do we communicate this as a separate thing as part of the road diet that we ask for this being considered? Might be appropriate.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm assuming will be circulated as a commenting body when the EA is started at the county level, and then you would have an opportunity to review.
Okay, so you're suggesting we don't put it in now as a suggestion for the EA.
That's my suggestion. We could. Remind me, I know we've submitted comments or we've prepared them as it relates to that $210 million of money, and it was around specifically by the school. I think in here in our comments here.
Yes. So if we want to maybe add this to that.
We could add it to that, but suggest perhaps the timing makes sense.
Sure, it's part of the road diet.
Yes.
Sure,
Yes. Okay,
if you want me to move that, or you're okay?
maybe we can make that change as amended and capture that added.
Great, thank you. That's all I've got, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bailey, you have anything?
I just had a comment regarding the 401 bridge. 6 improvements. There's no evaluation criteria that mentions safety. Including pedestrian safety. So I don't know if that's a comment we can. I don't know, send in or have them look at, but. Sorry, I don't know what page it's on.
Response from MTO that they were taking that into consideration. I'll check.
If they talk about transportation costs, natural environment, socioeconomic, but there's no mention of safety in this criteria. Which I think is an important thing.
I agree that there should be some sort of sidewalk on it or.
That was, Mr. Mayor, that was a question was asked as part of comments and steps that they did pose that question to the MTO.
And that's right, that I read that it said they're considering it as part of their design. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, but I just don't like that we're not seeing in their evaluation criteria any mention of safety. But
Well, maybe we don't need to call it safety. Maybe we can just call it pedestrian access, pedestrian. What would be the proper terminology for connectivity, pedestrian connectivity?
yeah,
But at least they're looking at it. But yeah,
I would think their design criteria should.
we can ask that they,
Safety.
Councilor Bailey, we can ask that they include in their design criteria pedestrian crossing at the interchange, because it divides our community in half.
Yes.
Can we do that?
Sorry, and did our clerk, did we have a response specifically?
Through your chair, so staff at the meeting that was held in October, did raise, the, pedestrian access or pedestrian connectivity at that meeting. So we have had that conversation, but if council would like to have that in a formal resolution, then we can certainly.
You know, when was this released though? Since that meeting?
Well, so that we're
Yes, this is the, there was a version of, this is the public version.
It's October 30th.
Yes, so we had the meeting, I believe it was October 20.
So if you had the meeting before this came out.
This is a version that's available for the public,
Yeah.
but it's not updated based on the township's comments.
Okay.
Well, it's two different things. We're gonna be asking them to include it in their design criteria
Mhm.
officially. We've already asked them about pedestrian connectivity and they said, oh, we'll look at it. So if you want to take it to the next level and have it in the design criteria, that's the ask. And that's, they've already indicated that they're gonna consider it. But if you want to raise it up another level, say.
Well, I guess my thinking is if we've already talked to them about it before this came out, why isn't it included in here?
Well, it might have been
Is where I was, I would like to have seen it in here. We had talked
Through you,
about it.
Mr. Chair, this was just a public version of the presentation that they provided to staff. They didn't incorporate any comments
Okay.
that township staff had
Okay.
discussed in the past.
So then, yeah, if it's already in the works, fine. If we want to level it up, then it doesn't hurt to ask twice or to have it.
I think it's early. We can
Push.
give them a chance
Want to
to.
push?
um,
I don't
Robert-
want to hear later. Oh, I wish you'd let us realize that was a big priority of yours. You know, I don't want to hear that later.
Just propose a motion that council requested MTO to incorporate
Incorporate
pedestrian
connectivity
in their
in
design
their design
criteria.
criteria.
So moved by Councilor Bailey, second by Councilor Schools.
There we go.
All in favor?
Thank you.
The wheels of government.
I agree, there wasn't a sidewalk before, but there was a concrete.
You could walk it.
And people could walk it, and then with the lane reconfiguration, they took that out, put the lanes right to the edge of the
Yeah.
bridge, and
It's
then
tight.
you see people. going across there is super sketchy. So I must have triggered something because the interim component of it, I received a bunch of emails from the MTO.
Oh.
They're trying to clarify, because, so.
Okay.
I think Robert, he's on vacation, but, I believe they're gonna come present with some preliminary designs of the bridge. So. I have one plan in my inbox, but I was told to flip it to staff and keep it confidential for now, so. We'll keep working on that. All right, is that it for that one?
Yes, we have the remaining items to vote on.
Okay.
So again, I think we hashed out the Conservation Authority submission.
Yeah.
To the Euro. And then the second part of that resolution is around the city of Guelph and the notice of complete application.
Oh, the Hanlon Creek.
Yes, so if it's as presented or amended, so I think we had source water comments, hydrogeology comments included in there.
All right, any concerns there?
Through this year, I believe, again, sorry, I was remiss in, including that, council directs staff to submit the comments for the calming measures. We haven't submitted those to the county yet, so if we want those submitted for the 210 million, we should pull that out. Okay, apologies.
Okay, so we're pulling that out now.
No, we're just gonna add it to the existing motion, just to submit those comments around traffic calming that we've presented.
Yep.
And we will include the comment around submission under the EA process for the crosswalk to that. So it can be as amended. Again, so this resolution, which we already have a mover, Councillor First and a seconder, Councillor Spoulis, to submit the Conservation Authority amalgamation comments as amended with the inclusions that we talked about. Submit the comments to the city of Guelph regarding the Hanlon Creek Business Park as presented, and then submit the comments to the county around the traffic calming as amended.
Great.
One, I'm just looking at the one map here of, like, it's got Downey, Laird, and Forest Elm. It's got a road coming right off Downey. I'm like, I wonder how they could actually achieve that, because that'd be a county road. When the opportunity to tee it off Laird or Forestel would be more in line with county decision on other circumstances we found ourselves in. So again, it just occurred to me that that's an odd. Maybe the map's not 100% accurate from the city of Guelph, but that would be something that I think from a traffic calming standpoint, if you're having traffic enter that industrial area off Laird, it would be much more less impactful to that Downey Road traffic than having a basically two turn lanes within. I'm on page 497 of 978, if that's helpful, but it looked really odd to me. And maybe it's not accurate, but if it is, that looks like a traffic nightmare.
Yeah. Do you want clarity? What do you want to do with it?
I just go back to the city of Guelph, is like, is this actually what it is? And then I go back to the county and be like, hey, county, did you realize this is what we're seeing? You might want to like share some comments around approvals. So just when I look at that, that's not something, if I have a county hat on, I would be kosher with.
So through Mr. Chair, just a question to our clerk, if she recalls if the county was circulated.
Through sure, I'm not sure on this particular application. For this particular application, it is just related to the redesignation of sections from parks and open space from natural environment. So this one wouldn't specifically be looking necessarily at transportation, but we can certainly still inquire around that.
And maybe at a minimum, it just gets forwarded to the county roads department, say, hey, FYI, we're seeing some maps here that you're probably not gonna be good with.
I wouldn't presuppose it that way, but I would just say, here's a map, are you aware?
Yeah, that's fair, more diplomatic.
Maybe they're aware and they're fine with it. I don't know. Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Good. And the permit take water one is in this report as well, right? I would like you to reach out to the director to say they're more than willing to work with us. And it says there is a reasonable prospect that the person will actually use the water in the near future. If they could,
Clarify that.
define near future for us. Is there a timeline associated with near future? That would be great. And then as part of the renewal, we, you know. I think our position shall be what it is, but it isn't. It's a reasonable prospect. Anything further on those items in there? Okay, you vote. Nathan,
You're good. Okay.
all in favor? It's carried. Here we go now. 067,
Or three.
I skipped one, 943, yeah. Your bylaw amendment, a school.
So through you, Chair, the purpose of this report is provide council with proposed amendments to our procedural bylaw. The first amendment would be to allow for committee members to participate in meetings electronically where permission is granted by council in advance of the meeting. And then the second amendment is just to amend the deadline for the submission of specific interest allegations to change it from noon to 11 a.m. And the purpose of this is addendums are published at noon, so this would give staff an hour to be able to prepare that addendum by the release delegations. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Those are like,
How many come in between 11 and noon? Like, is it like 50% of them or 75%, or can you just share?
You, Mr. Chair, it's not infrequent, if there's item of interest that we will get a number of delegations at the last minute. Occasionally, we have had delegations come in as late as 11:55 or 11:59, and then we aren't actually able to get the addendum out on time. So having that hour buffer would be very beneficial for staff.
So maybe just to follow up to that one, is there any thought put to how one would communicate this to the community so to not have frustrated potential delegates?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff currently communicate when we're aware of interest of a delegation. We currently do ask that delegations are submitted by 11 as a buffer anyway, even though it's not exactly a procedural bylaw. So we're hoping to have that met, and then it's included in that section on the website as well as on the delegation page. So it'll be communicated in all the current deadline locations.
That's helpful. Like, I don't disagree with it. I'm just thinking more like, how do we not irritate delegates with more bureaucratic process type of thing? No, that's good. I think the virtual one I'm supportive of. I think there was a good Q&A in terms of like how that best is administered. So I'm good with it. I think if the technology's there, I see great value in meeting in person, but in unique circumstances where it can't be achieved, especially like when you're trying to meet quorum and stuff like that. I think it's a good flexible tool to use as needed, but definitely don't support just doing meetings virtually because I don't think you get the level of engagement.
Okay, I guess my concern is one of timing. Say you have a committee meeting happening week 2, and council has already met, and somebody's going to be away. It's already too late to ask the council to say, give this person a leave to attend virtually.
I agree.
So through Mr. Chair, staff have kind of looked at this a few different ways. One, we want to really encourage folks to attend in person. And so offering perhaps a quite too flexible a process might, we might have more people attending virtually. But what we could do is we could have some wording in there, where there's sufficient time, it needs to come to council. Where there isn't sufficient time, such as if there's a timing issue with meetings, we could have the chair and the secretary or the clerk of that committee approve it if council wants it that way. I do think there's value in having it approved by council because in these circumstances, we do want people planning ahead. If you know that you're going to be away, for example, for 3 meetings because you're on holidays or you're traveling over the winter, having that notice in advance is helpful to the committee, to staff, for planning purposes, and so being able to bring that to council, I think is beneficial.
I don't have a big head usually, but the mayor is de facto on every committee. If there is not a council meeting before the meeting, what if it's a decision of the chair and the mayor and they have to agree, or that permission is not granted? So
Yeah, I'm okay with that, Mr. Mayor. I was gonna suggest that would be the mayor and the CAO based on. I advising you as your chair of the committee and corporate secretary of that committee advising.
I think everybody has to agree.
Everybody has to agree. Yeah.
If there's
And
no
I
no,
think it's the fact we make it at a senior level will give a lot more weight to having it at a committee level type of thing. In other words, myself and the secretary approving it wouldn't have the same weight as you and the CEO.
I think the chair, I think the chair is appropriate because you know your committee member that's missing. You'll know if it's a valid reason or if you think there's a bit of.
Well, my good recommendation would be to you and Courtney, she would get her recommendation from her clerk and the two of you should agree.
But yeah, and that's only if there isn't a council meeting. In time, or do we need to go? I don't care.
Can ensure we can keep it simple and just have those be the decision makers. We can also have some reporting to council. So if you want to understand what's taken place over the last year, we can give that information.
Yeah,
to council.
I certainly agree with your comment that you don't want to make it too loose that everybody's gonna have a reason for not being there. And I think stressing the fact that it's gotta go to a senior level, that will make that more important for individuals to think twice before they pull that question. Or ask for them.
So what do you want to do? You want to take it away or you want to just amend it now and?
So we can take these amendments and we can do that and pass the bylaw today. If it is that the approval authority for virtual meeting attendance is to be approved by the mayor and CAO.
In cases where there's a timing issue.
In cases where there's a timing issue, otherwise it comes to council.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know why it needs to even come to council.
No, I'm fine with us two. Right?
Yeah,
You know, just us two doing it.
I'm okay with it, us too. That was my suggestion is having originally just the two of you.
I don't,
but,
yeah.
Give it just the two of
I
us.
think that's administratively way less cumbersome.
Maybe once a year we report back at how, you know, maybe when committees are being, members are being assigned. There's a report of
Attendance.
attendance or something.
And then is there a request form they fill out, or is it through a phone call, or what's the process for that?
Through Mr. Chair, we'll probably keep it pretty simple, an email outlining, but I do think it needs to outline the reason.
Yeah. Yeah, and the dates that are being missed. or-
Yeah.
Yes.
With, so just, and this is probably a point of clarity too. Attending virtually does not mean they've missed the meeting, so therefore we don't have to worry about vacancy after 3 meetings.
Right.
So there's no issue if they need to take 5 meetings in a row virtually. We'll deal with that on a case by case basis as it comes in.
I think if it becomes habitual, it's gonna be a problem, but
Mhm.
yes, we'll deal with it case by case.
Case by case. Okay,
Because they're gonna get paid the same money as people that took the initiative to come in and could be problematic, but.
okay.
I think it has to be very much circumstance based, like I'm traveling or I have a unique circumstance that does not allow me to be here on said date. And then that provision can be made to accommodate them. If it turns into, I just like to do meetings at home versus coming in here, that's not an acceptable rationale.
Or is there a cap on the number of?
Let's deal with it. Let's see the uptake on it at first, and we don't want to get it too burdensome, but you know, I don't. If you're on a committee and you're snowbirding down in Florida for 6 months of the year or 5 months of the year, maybe the committee's not for you. Right? That's not the intent of allowing the virtual. If you go on a 1 week vacation and it happens to land there, okay, or a 2 week, whatever. So. So as amended.
Yes, as amended, and then I think we can, those are simple changes, so we can still enact the bylaw today if that's what council desires, and then.
Just out of curiosity, what is the policy for council members?
So there, through Mr. Chair, in-person attendance is required unless it's a special meeting or an emergency meeting, or if the chair determines that everyone will be attending virtually.
If it's an emergency meeting and you can't attend in person, you can do virtual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, under our current, we made those revisions just because the virtual attendance is difficult because our notice is less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good thing.
Yeah, move something.
Not yet.
Diane, can I get a mover for that? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Spose? Yeah, all in favor? It's carried. All right, 944. See you again.
Okay, so thank you. So through Mr. Chair, this is a joint effort between myself and our clerk. So if there's any questions about this, they're both good to answer. So this is in relation to the heavy vehicle bylaw that we have in place and an amendment that we're making to it. So this is in response, as always, to our regulatory bylaws based on complaints. So receiving complaints about heavy vehicle traffic on roads in the township where they are not supposed to be. Again, causing complaints, nuisance, infrastructure damage. And so what is being suggested through the amendment here is to allow staff to add administrative fees, meaning that we'll be able to collect 3 fees through AMPS, as well as being able to collect evidence related to heavy vehicle infractions by means of photography. So, for example, having a camera that can take a photo of a vehicle's license plate that is not supposed to be on a road, having our provincial offenses officers do that review and analysis and determine if there was a violation, and then through our AMPS process, be able to mail a ticket to the registered vehicle owner. So this provides the opportunity for better enforcement with our limited resources in bylaw, as well as being able to protect our infrastructure and the investments that the community makes in those assets. So again, this has been something that has been worked on with our lawyer. It's gone through a legal review. So this is something that meets those legal tests, and it's something that we're able to enact in 2026, subject to council approval. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do you want to read the recommendation, please?
That report COR 2025-068 entitled Heavy Vehicle Bylaw Amendment be received for information, and that council gives 3 readings to bylaw 2025-090, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 06063-2021, being a bylaw to prohibit heavy vehicles on municipal highways, and that council directs staff to include $1,000 for signage to be incorporated in the 2026 operating budget as outlined in the report.
Can I move for it, please? Councillor Spose, Councillor Hurst. All right, Councillor Hurst, Amy?
Maybe just a couple questions. I didn't see in here, and forgive me if I missed it, noted exemptions. So I'm thinking, farm type vehicles, right? Milk trucks, feed trucks that are one time only point of access to get to a particular farm operation. And I'm just like, I'm very supportive of this. I think it's the right thing to do to preserve the roads, but I'm also sensing like, how do we minimize the angst or headaches to those local businesses that utilize the roads? And what I wouldn't want to have happen is one of those local businesses that they're only, it's a one-time delivery periodically, get caught up in this process. And I, good confidence in the bylaw officers to make those assessments. But I guess within this, what I didn't see or what I missed is any semblance of like what's in and what's out type of thing. I think I got a pretty good idea of what's in is trucks that are using roads that they ought not to be on type of thing. But how do we delineate that so that it's, what I wouldn't want to have is then a business gets a ticket, for lack of a better way of saying it, says, well, wait a sec, like, am I not exempt from this? And then it becomes a thing. How do we cut that out of all it said? Can we speak to that?
Yes, so through Mr. Chair, in our bylaw that exists today, so the 2021 bylaw, and this would remain, is an exemption section that talks about Vehicles that are making local deliveries, so we've ordered propane, what have you, you have development going on the property that's approved. So those exemptions exist, already, and the point around how are we going to administer that is a good one. So through our AMPS program, we set business rules for ourselves and how we're going to administer it. And so part of what we're going to be doing is when we see vehicles that are triggering analysis through our provincial offenses. First, we're going to look at, does the vehicle meet the test? So certainly farm equipment would, it might get picked up, but it's not going to trigger a violation. So the specific type of vehicle has to trigger the weight limit under our bylaw for us even to investigate it. From there, we would be issuing a ticket, and that would involve notifying the property owner. If they come back and let us know, I live on the road, I operate a home-based business on the road, I'm legally allowed to be there. Or in the case, I was delivering to this property, here is the invoice I was delivering to them. We have an internal system where we can waive those tickets. We make note of that in our system, in our database, particularly for people that live on the road where they're going to be traveling it multiple times. And because each and every ticket is reviewed by a provincial offenses officer, it's not automated, it's not something that is done through AI or that. We're able to reference those lists and make sure that we have a good exemption list.
Yeah, that gives me comfort. Like my hope is that the homeowner or the business operator that's doing things legitimately by the right way, for lack of a better way of saying it, never even has to refute the situation, right? So I guess that was maybe my sensitivity there, is that it never actually gets to there. But in the event that it does, for whatever reason, then there's a mechanism that they can refute it. But it's still like that amps up the difficulty. So that's good. The other one, my understanding would be the charge, and I think in reading it, the charge goes to the owner, not the driver, if they are two separate individuals, so the owner of the vehicle. That would be similar to how, say, for instance, the 407 operates. Is that correct? Is my interpretation of how that works?
Yes, so through whoever is registered to the vehicle, because the search is done based on the license plate.
Okay, and then the camera system, are they taking a picture of both the front, the back, and the sides of the vehicles to assess this so that we could? Like I'm picturing, you're gonna want to know the number of axles, all that type of stuff. Like, can you maybe just speak to that?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, another good question. So front and back for sure, just because of how different vehicles are plated. And we do have access to ARIS, which is an MTO database. So there's no staff interpretation that's taking place. We're searching a vehicle and we are getting the actual information that's registered. So the weight of the vehicle, the class of the vehicle, et cetera. So it's not going to be staff thinking, oh, does that look a certain, is that this vehicle? It's based on how it's registered with the province.
Okay. So the only, again, this gets into like silly rule, is if it's the wrong plated vehicle. But again, you can't live life with those kind of circumstances. Okay. I mean, those are my questions.
That's a quick question. Resident sees a truck that he thinks doesn't belong in that road. What's the process for them? And what's the ramifications of the truck type for the truck?
So through Mr. Chair, our bylaw complaint policy says a complaint submitted. Heavy vehicle bylaw does have the ability, if we recall, and when we revised our last version of the complaint policy, where we are able to do patrols or blitzes with this bylaw. It doesn't necessarily always have to be complaint based. However, we would be looking for if someone was to submit a complaint through our formal channels, the cameras will always be depending, they could be running for a period of time.
Like for instance, on my side,
Yes.
there's a couple of trucks that sometimes go through. Sometimes I get the license plate and sometimes I don't, type of thing. And if I phone in or the neighbor phones in the license plate number, what happens then?
Okay, so through Mr. Chair, we won't be able to use the license plate number. We have to be able to take a photo. So we have to be able to have that verifiable, reliable evidence in order to initiate the ticket, which comes by way of a photo.
Okay, so if a resident wants to take a photo of the truck going past his driveway,
Typically, we would not accept that. No, because it's hard for us to verify. Again, there's no signage that's put up either, so we have to be careful with when and how we're collecting information. So the signage helps us because we're notifying the public that, you know, you could be on a road and you're taking photos of you. So we likely would not accept.
However, we can still follow channels through the OPP.
Yes.
If we get that data, you know, it's good to report that stuff so we can forward it on to the OPP for enforcement. If you have a regular user, you know, you're seeing it Monday to Friday, they're using it as a shortcut from whatever
Yeah.
business to wherever. That's great. We can, you know, we should be sending that on to the OPP because they're data driven as well
And through Mr. Chair, to that point, collecting that data is important because if we do put up other cameras in other places, having a database of where they're experiencing truck traffic where it shouldn't be is helpful.
right, so the sign, is it the same type of sign that we had for speed cameras type of thing? In other words, you gotta have 90 days or whatever it was, 60 days before you put it up and
Yeah.
all that good stuff.
So the legislation that enables this type of information collection doesn't require that. Any of those notice provisions, that's a separate
So
legislation.
you can put the sign up
Exactly.
tomorrow and next day you start with photographing.
Yes, and we want to do it in a way that's gonna be very transparent, so we would have the signs up with lots of notice. They're going to be very large because of the amount of text we have to have on them, all that stuff.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Fowler, be prepared. I'm gonna call on you after Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. My first question was, I think I read that section 5.5 was repealed in the current bylaw, which speaks to if the person is not paid the penalty within 30 days. Has that been recaptured in the new bylaw?
So if you, Mr. Chair, until our clerk gets there, that could be related to ticketing. We weren't for this bylaw looking at ticketing, having provincial offenses and AMPs.
It says in accordance with AMPS,
Okay,
but then it says the township may add the administrative penalty to the tax roll. So I guess I'm just wondering why it was repealed.
Well, you can't do both, right? You can't do POA and
that's what I thought it was about, but it sounds like it's
Acceptance.
something different.
It says where a person has not paid the administrative penalty within 30 days in accordance with the AMPS bylaw, the township may add the administrative penalty to the tax roll.
so if your license plate is registered to a Puslinch resident, they can add to the tax roll. If it's somebody from Hamilton that drove through here, we don't have that ability.
I see.
So it's another method
So
of
we're
collecting.
taking that out because we
Yeah,
can't.
You're right, I think.
Yeah.
No, we're not taking what out, that we were gonna add it to the tax roll? That's going in.
No, but it's in the report, it says they've taken 5.5 out of the current bylaw, which I just read.
Through your share, so section 5.4, that's being added in refers back directly to our administrative penalty bylaw. And talks about kind of through, greater clarity, the, enforcement, through administrative, so I think that section, I think it's just cleaning up.
Okay.
Where we're,
And it still captures.
and it's still captured,
that.
because it's in our actual administrative monetary penalty system.
Okay. Okay. But not both for the same contravention. Okay, so it's under number 7. But it says section 5.4.
Yes.
Okay, okay. And then I just wanted clarification that the $1,000 is covering. And I've written down 19 road sections for signage. So are we putting this, how many different roads are we putting this on?
So it's only going on one section of
Yeah,
road.
sorry, it's two signs
Mhm.
for $1,000. I'm not sure.
Two
what the
signs.
Signs are expensive.
road
Yeah,
section
that's
is.
why I couldn't figure out why this was. Okay, so we're not signing all the no truck roads, we're just signing a certain
So,
section right now.
yes, through Mr. Chair, all the no truck routes are signed with no truck routes, but
Yeah.
we are only signing one section with 2 signs in each direction that we are proposing to have cameras.
Okay, and we can move those signs and cameras? Or there's, stationary there.
Anything's movable, but it's not realistic.
Mhm. So through Mr. Chair, we're going to pilot this
Yeah.
and then come back with a recommendation if there's additional road sections that require enforcement.
Similar to those speed signs. Are they movable? Sure.
Right, okay.
Are they really movable? No. So in theory, you could go up, move it and get a new permit to put it on a pole and get the hydro and wait 8 months for that hydro permit.
No.
But it's,
Okay.
the realities of it are, no.
Okay, and then I think I heard the response, but with Councillor Sepulveda's question, I had clarified the enforcement using the camera system is solely complaint based, but it's not. We by law can be patrolling and
So through Mr. Chair, the way we envision, and this is in our business rules with some of our current agreements in place, is we would want a complaint. So let's say there was a complaint about a road section, but that allows us to run patrols, let's say for a week,
then act on it.
right?
Okay.
So we want to be able to have the flexibility, again, because you're going to be retroactively enforcing always, because the truck has come and gone.
Yeah.
So then you want to be able to say, okay, for this week, we may have the signage or the cameras live. We're gonna be running it sort of like a blitz program in that way.
I see. So the cameras aren't capturing everything all the time.
So we're still working out the details of that, because
Okay.
again, with the vendor, that requires a lot of storage.
Yeah.
So we're still working out those details.
Okay. I guess what I was picturing in my head is someone says, hey, there's a truck going down my road at 4:37 on Tuesday that didn't belong. Then bylaw can go back through the tapes and go, yep, 4:37, that truck went through, it's too heavy, like, so then they can
Potential.
respond on that.
Potential.
Only on the section of road that it gets implemented on. not
Right.
Any.
No, but where it was seen and where it was videoed.
On that one section of road, if they see it on another road.
Right.
It's only gonna, unless you put them up
Yeah.
everywhere.
No, but that's how that's gonna
Yeah.
get captured then.
So here's an example. 401 accident. Traffic goes everywhere. And somebody calls in and says, there was 4,000 heavy trucks on Gilmore Road.
Yeah.
And then staff can go back.
Yeah.
Bing, 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 and then so there's gonna be that retroactive part.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yep,
it-
no, I'm good. I think I get it. Just don't know where.
Um, So, Mr. Fowler, I gave you a heads up. I hope you're there. I want you to speak to, we paid concession 7, how many years ago? And I think we all knew that it was gonna cause some traffic that didn't belong there to go there, and just what we've been experiencing on that road and the lifespan expectations now. If you could, please.
Through the chair, realistically, the life expectancy of concession 7, being a newly paved road that hadn't been in existence before, was around 12 to 15 years. Unfortunately, due to the proximity of the certain gravel pits that are located nearby and the congestion in the hamlet of Morriston, it is referred to as a bypass route to get to Highway 6. The last initial thoughts from our engineering firm indicated that we're looking at a 8 to 9 year lifespan, just due to the traffic that's currently on it now, with no proactive initiatives to prevent trucks from using it.
There's a motivation, you pave a new road and you put a significant capital expense into it, and then you lose 3 to 4 or 5 years of this lifespan due to inappropriate use by heavy trucks. So public's asking why the township's venturing down this. The answer is because the taxpayer would pay early to fix that road. So. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fowler. Appreciate that. Do we read the recommendation for this one?
I believe we did. I have them for a seconder noted.
Okay, any further questions? All in favor? It's carried. All right, 9.4.5.
Through the chair, this report is to provide council with an overview of both the Heritage and Youth Advisory Committee for 2025, as well as looking into 2026 and what the planning for that is like for the committees.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you read recommendation, please.
Sub report COR 2025-069 titled Annual Progress Report Youth and Heritage Advisory Committee Goals and Objectives Received for Information. And the council approved the goals and objectives for the Youth Advisory Committee for the 2026 year.
Thank you. Any questions for Laura? Second, mover, second,
Not yet.
again, hired.
Not yet.
Second, please, Councilor Bailey.
Sure.
Councilor Spillis, okay, in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Next one is 9.4.6. Communication.
Through the chair, this report provides council with all of the different engagement initiatives the township has done in 2025 as it relates to our social media platforms, Engage Plus Lunch, as well as our township website.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, you want to read the recommendation?
That report COR 2025-070 entitled Annual Township Communications Engagement Report be received for information.
Mover, please, Councilor Bailey. Sure. Spillis. So any questions? In favor? It's carried. 9.4.7. Site alteration 2-year update. Who's doing this one? You, madam?
We are dividing and conquering
Okay.
between the clerk and I. Okay. So I think through Mr. Chair, I'm going to kick off the front half of this. And then our clerk is going to do the latter half of the slides. So this is our 2-year update. For the second annual report that we're providing council with since this bylaw was enacted. And so on the next slide, we'll just walk through a little bit of background here first. It's beneficial, I think, both for council and the public to hear why we are where we are now. So this is the township, like all municipalities, has the jurisdiction to establish certain regulations through bylaws. Again, the township of Plisslinch does this either because they're statutorily required to, or based on a need that's fueled by the community, typically through complaints. The township often does this, again, where there's a problem or concern in the community that needs to be addressed. So the background for this specific bylaw, so the township previous site alteration bylaw, which had been in effect since 2012, was more restrictive than the current bylaw. And this is due primarily to the following. So it had prohibited site alterations that involved the importation of fill that exceeded 1,000 cubic meters. So anything more than 1,000 just simply wasn't allowed. It required compliance with all aspects of the control plan. So again, the control plan is a technical set of requirements. It's in our current bylaw now, but our bylaw currently has the ability to allow discretion based on the type of application and what's required. So the previous bylaw mandated public notification for the importation of more than 1,000 cubic meters of fill. Again, our current bylaw has less restrictions related to that public engagement piece. And allowed the importation of fill only if it met Table 1 quality standards. So again, this council knows that we are in line with provincial standards under Regulation 40619, which is the excess soil management standards. So the background, the township underwent a thorough review and public consultation prior to passing the current bylaw. So that consultation started in March of 2021. And we brought this forward to council and the public 5 times prior to the passing, and it was eventually passed in January of 2022. So there's been a number of changes to the provincial regulations, and specifically, as I mentioned, Regulation 40619, which is the on-site and excess soil management regulation. It has taken a significant amount of time, both from at a staff level, receiving legal input, to understand the potential impacts to the municipality and to appropriately incorporate provisions into the site alteration bylaw. So again, we really did take over a year to understand what the regulations were requiring and how the municipality could put in place an effective bylaw. There have been a number of changes, again, as we've mentioned, to 40619, and we're going to get into them a little bit later. So council gave 3 readings to the current bylaw on the following dates. After those initial 5 meetings where we met with the public between 2021 and 2022. December 2023, We had the first reading 2024 in January, the second reading, and then February 2024, the third reading. So again, we're looking at around over 3 years of public consultation as it relates to this bylaw. Council directed staff to monitor the administration of the bylaw over the first year. We reported around this time last year on that, with some suggestions based on the feedback. And again, council asked us to come back in year 2, which is what we're doing today. So the current bylaw, so there's a number of provisions that provide more flexibility. As we mentioned, this bylaw is less restrictive and in line with provincial regulations, which is appropriate. So the first, it acknowledges normal farm practices and clearly sets out expectations for waivers. We're a community that has agricultural uses, and so this is something that benefits the application process. It provides for exemptions of 2 truckloads of fill or less for minor projects. It aligns with the provincial regime for excess soil management and reuse. So no longer is this limited to Table 1 quality standards. It allows for applications that can use tools that assess sites on a specific individual basis, such as the BRAT tool, which again is a case-by-case basis based on the existing soil on the site and those various quality standard tables that we see. There's no maximum limit on the amount of fill for importation under the existing bylaw. Discretion can be applied to the requirements listed in the control plan, allowing for a reasonable approach based on the scope of the project. It applies to all lands in the township, including lands where the Conservation Authority has jurisdiction. So if council recalls, our previous bylaw did not. If you were regulated by a CA, then you would have to get your authority and permit strictly from the CA, which did not include quality standard testing. The fee structure is now aligned in accordance with best practices as compared to other municipalities and similar bylaws. So I'm going to pass this to our clerk now, and she can take us through kind of where we are today after year 2.
Yeah, so through Mr. Chair, so staff have been collecting informal feedback over the last year, just from applicants of the public, as we continue to work through our bylaw. Go to the next slide. So some of the public feedback concerns summarized. So we've had some comments around impacts on normal farm practices, concerns regarding misleading justification for projects, concerns regarding exemptions for building permits, high permit fees, the burdensome complex documentation requirements, some concerns regarding permit requirements for small projects such as driveways, landscaping, and then concerns as it relates to large scale commercial operations. So with respect to normal farm practice, the purpose of the normal farm practice waiver is to screen proposals to determine whether a permit or waiver is required for the work. This process protects the community, the property owner, and the environment. If you recall last year's presentation, we did go through a number of case law as it relates to the normal farm practice board. Last year we talked about Signy versus the town of Tecumseh, Stoll versus the town of Palm Hills, and Cox versus the town of Mono. Information on these particular files is still posted on the township's website if you're looking for that in more detail. And we are making a recommendation further down in the presentation as it relates to some minor amendments around the wording relating to normal farm practice, but no other major recommendations as it relates to this concern. We received some concerns as it relates to application justification. So this is around when an applicant is identifying the purpose and justification for the excess soil. And so when they identify this, part of what it does is actually determine what the excess soil quality standard is required for that site in accordance with regulation 40619. So for example, a farming use would require more stringent quality of soil. So that's something just to kind of keep in mind when you do have applications coming forward and someone is saying the justification is around that farming practice, it actually increases what the quality of soil is required. But to further address this, staff are recommending that a new permit type be established for commercial fill operations. And we'll talk about what that might look like a little later in the presentation. Another concern that we received over the year was just regarding clarification for the building permit exemption. So staff are going to be recommending adding a 15-meter buffer to the building permit exemption section to better clarify the area associated with the building permit that is exempt from the requirement for a site alteration permit. And this is going to have kind of wording included that it has to be directly associated with the building permit itself and is not going to include other works that are kind of unrelated to that project. So it doesn't cover driveways, it doesn't cover landscaping, but that specific grading that's required as a result of the building itself. With concerns related to kind of a burdensome or complex documentation requirements, township bylaw is mostly aligned with the province's excess soil regulations, and the purpose of those regulations, they are comprehensive in order to determine the safe and responsible reuse of excess soils. So similar to building permits, qualified professionals should be retained and to ensure that the projects adhere to provincial and local legislations. And so that's why those requirements are in place. As Courtney mentioned previously in the presentation, we do have delegated authority to look at some of the requirements of the control plan. So that does provide some flexibility, but the requirements are there, you know, for a purpose in terms of that responsible reuse of excess soil. So we've also received some concerns with permit requirements for small projects such as driveways and landscaping. So in order to balance permit requirements and residential development, staff are recommending that a new driveway waiver be developed or driveway construction that's associated with a building permit. So in addition, staff are recommending that an exemption also be developed as it relates for small scale landscaping work, again, in consultation with a building permit. And then we'll just run through a few of these. So these are the same comparators again that you saw last year, just with updated fees. We continue to be in line. So the first example here is Uxbridge. I won't run through these in detail. Next one is King Township. Again, kind of seeing similar scale to ours. In a lot of cases, the fees are actually much higher than the township's fees. Looking next at Woolwich. Woolwich is a municipality that we would be looking at in relation to development of the commercial fill permit, because they do have a very strong section in relation to this. And then last is just our fee schedule as it is currently. Looking at the next slide, so it's just a little bit of a summary of the activity over the last couple of years. So first, we're just looking at the 2024 activity that took place under the bylaw. So currently, from 2024, we still have 16 active site alteration files. 7 of those are open permits. 9 are files that are under review. We do have 2 closed permits from that year. In terms of folks that approached us prior to commencing work, it was only 1 of the 18 total files. The remaining 17 were a result of bylaw enforcement. In 2024, we still have 2 permits where the volume fill is unknown, and we're working through that. We had 4 minor, 7 intermediate, 2 large, and 3 major. With some of these files, there were some contaminants that we're working through. So where fill is considered waste, it will need to be removed from the property. Some of those contaminated soils from 2024 were exceedances such as lead, arsenic, cadmium, and acetone. Property owners are often paid to accept soil in lieu of taking it to a landfill or other industrial or commercial site. And payment per truckload can range from $65 up to $200 per truckload. So for example, a property owner may receive in the range of $455,000 to $1.4 million for receiving 70,000 cubic meters of fill. Looking at 2025 activity, we have 15 active files from this year, 2 closed permits. 3 permits have been issued from 2025 files, and we have 12 that are currently under review. 3 of the 17 property owners contacted the township prior to commencing work, and the remaining 15 files were the result of a complaint or bylaw enforcement. For 2025, we have 4 properties where the volume of fill is currently unknown, 3 minor, 2 intermediate, 4 large, and 2 major. One of the major, the volume of fill is unknown, but the change in grade is approximately 5 meters. The other one, we have a change of grade of 6 meters. And then similar to 2024, we did have some sites where the quality of fill is considered waste, and therefore that fill will be required to be removed. Looking ahead, regulation updates. The province had posted a decision for ERO 9196, and council had directed staff to assess how the decisions may have impacted the township site alteration bylaw. And based on staff's understanding of the changes have reduced provincial regulatory requirements, but they haven't altered the township's authority, our enforcement powers, and there's no changes that are required to be made to the bylaw as a result of this amendment at this time. There may be changes in how our expert reviews some of the information based on the OREGs and applying that, but directly impacting our bylaw, that decision won't have any direct outcomes. And then looking ahead, so the township is uniquely positioned geographically with pressure on 4 sides from our urban centers and being bisected by the 2 provincial highways, Highway 6 and Highway 401, and being within 1 hour of the GTA. So we just have some unique circumstances as it comes to fill importation within the township and being a place where people will wish to bring their fill. If we move to the next slide. With the implementation of the amendments to OREG 40619, we are seeing an increase in fill importation in rural areas in close proximity, and that's certainly something that we're experiencing. But fortunately, municipalities with kind of these robust regulations and processes we're in a better position to be able to deal with these illegal activities versus municipalities who don't have a bylaw in place yet. In terms of education and process improvements, so we have been working diligently to educate the public on our new site alteration bylaw. So we did include requirements for permits in the spring 2025 newsletter that was mailed to all properties in Puslinch. We continue to have a significant social media campaign as it relates to 2025. That we continued in 2025 regarding permit requirements and potential risks of accepting free topsoil from contractors. We've made some process improvements in terms of development of checklists, included and in the initial assessment, and continue to update these kind of as we receive feedback to assist people with that permit process. And then launched, I believe it was towards the end of the first quarter this year, we were able to move our site alteration permit application process onto Cloud Permit, which has been a great process change for tracking permits, circulating them, and getting comments. So that's been great. And then in terms of our recommendation and next steps, so staff are recommending that the following amendments be drafted and included in a housekeeping amendment to the site alteration bylaw for council's consideration in March of 2026, hopefully completed in that first quarter. So that includes, as I mentioned previously, the creation of a building permit, driveway and landscape waiver associated with and associated criteria. So the waivers would be for when a driveway or landscaping project is associated with a building permit. It would include some kind of declaration that the applicants would be responsible for the quality of material and that grading would create an adverse effect. And the proposed activities couldn't meet the definition of a minor site alteration. So this would be for projects associated with a building permit that are under that threshold. We're also recommending the creation of 2 commercial permit applications and associated criteria. One would be a short-term commercial fill application for the importation of fill over a period of 1 to 2 years. And then the other would be a long-term commercial fill permit for importation of fill over 3 or more years, and some kind of requirement for zoning permissions. We're also recommending an amendment to section 4.1 exemptions in the bylaw to include that exemption language around that 15-meter buffer for building for grading directly associated with construction. And then an amendment to section 5.1AI to remove reference to the Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Rural Affairs and replace it with the Farming and Food Production Act 1989 and remove the normal farm practice definition to let the dictionary or open legal interpretation of that stand. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, do you want to read out the recommendation, please?
Yes, that report COR 2025-071 entitled Site Alteration Year 2 Update be received for information, and that council directs staff to prepare a housekeeping amendment to the site alteration bylaw for council's consideration as part of the 2026 corporate work plan.
Thank you. Maybe we're fine, please, Councillor Hurst. Suppose questions, Councillor Hurst.
Yeah, I got a few here. Do you have any metrics, Justine, on how many inquiries or applications were kicked out via the waiver process?
Through Mr. Chair, just to clarify, do you mean the normal farm practice?
Well,
Process?
I'm thinking part of it would be the normal farm practice. The other part would be landscaping, driveway maintenance that are just like, they're out of scope type of thing. Because I think when I see the stats you're showing in the briefing though, these are the ones that were triggered 18 and 15 or 17. But I think it'd be important to understand the number of inquiries that were kicked out due to the waiver process and for the challenges of the perception of this bylaw in the community. It's important, in my opinion, to say like, look, here's what the perception of like frivolous fill, doing flower beds or something like that, or I'm rebuilding out my gravel driveway type of thing. That's not what this bylaw is for. So I think something to say, here's what's been kicked out might be an important metrics. Maybe that's not being captured. That's something that I think would be of value. A couple other just comments. I like the landscaping, the driveways. I think the one hesitation I would have would be like, why does it need a building permit? Like if you just, I look at this, like every 2 years I build it my driveway. It's a long gravel driveway. I order a triaxle of gravel to build it out just because it needs reinforced. But if I have a longer laneway, to me, that's not a site alteration. That's just maintenance. But why would I need a building permit if I'm not building anything to kick it out? It seems perplexing to me.
So through Mr. Chair, our clerk can add, what we're hearing feedback on is when you're building a new house, that's when the significant amount of fill is required or site alteration is required to put the driveway in. And so we recognize that having a permit to require that is perhaps too much redundancy, and we want to be able to have the waiver. When there's one existing that needs maintenance, we do have it where it's under 2 truckloads, you don't need it. And so I think the concern is, and we can look at this more if this is council's direction, when there's not a building permit and we're just doing work, it should be maintenance, it should be minor. I think when we're looking at a bigger project that isn't that way, our thought process is, well, perhaps you do need a permit. We don't want this process to hinder development. And that was our major concern. If you're building a new house, there's going to be lots of activity and lots of work that's being done. That's going to be monitored through the building permit process. And so that was our thought process. If it's something where the building permit isn't required, I think then that's a question mark. Should a permit be required?
And I don't disagree with any of that. I think I'm very much in the same headspace. I guess from my standpoint, where I was looking at would be, sure, if you're doing a new build or a significant renovation and you're bringing in dirt or stone or whatever for part of the building process, fine. And maybe you could argue, is 15 meters the right? I could say it could be more than that, maybe depending on the sloping and all that type of stuff, but I'll leave that. Yeah, I think more for the landscaping and driveway piece. Maybe just some thought around, do we really need a building permit, or can we just work through the waiver process?
I think you're getting your terminology, because the building permit aspect is if there's a house being built, then there'll be a waiver for the driveway. There's a site alteration required for more than 2 loads of gravel on your driveway. So you're saying there shouldn't be a site alteration permit required for the driveway maintenance? You're kind of back and forth with building and site all. You got to just get your terminology right. And what I will say to the CAO, I think you should mention how many of our people that have been caught with fill have used it under the guise of a laneway. So this is where the staff concern is. So I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just, I think there should be some waiver for when you have a building permit for a new home. You know, you can't give them a permit to build a house and then they can't build a road to get to it. Unless what they're saying now is that that driveway they create falls under less than the minor site halt. But if your statements today are that you don't even desire any laneway to have a site alteration permit, I'd like the CEO to talk about the infractions with not specifics, but just in general.
Yeah, and I think the terminology is very, maybe even just like a larger piece of, I've seen this multiple times and I'm getting bungled on terminology. How the hell is a resident gonna navigate this, right? But yeah, I don't wanna go down too far that rabbit hole. I think it's more just like, how do we have something that's like easily navigatable for residents that are just trying to look after their properties? But I get, like, if you're not bringing in crushed gravel for a driveway, it's something beyond that. It's like my smell test is like, is that really a driveway type of thing? So I'll leave that. There was one comment around, one of the concerns was misleading jurisdiction. Can you speak to that? Like, that was a weird way of, like, is this the township is misleading the jurisdiction of site bylaw, or is like, yeah, that one was one where I was scratching my head as to what that meant in terms of the concerns expressed.
Through Mr. Chair, it was the like concerns regarding the application justification, I think. So we've heard kind of feedback that folks feel that the rationale being provided for an application doesn't match what they feel the use was. So for example, where justification for an application is an agricultural use, but the amount of bill feels like it's a commercial bill operation. So that's where I think that concern is being addressed potentially through that commercial bill operation part.
And that's fair. Like, if you don't have a registered farm business, or there isn't a very significant agronomic justification for that, it wouldn't pass my spell test type of thing, right? So I think if you go back to the one on side road 10, that would be one, right? I think in hindsight, I'd like to see a lot more agronomic knowledge for that. My last comment, maybe my suggestion would be short term is less than 1 year, long term is more than 2 years. I'm not sure if there's like regulatory rationale for 1 to 2 and 3 to plus, but in my mind, if it's a short term, it's probably seasonal. And if it's longer term, it's probably multi-year. So just a comment on that. But like overall, like not a great trend in terms of like the number of proactive versus reactive. I'd say the trend's going in the right way, but like this is a hard thing to navigate. And if like the municipality doesn't do something, it's gonna be a free for all. So like kudos for, like, this is a tough deal to work through. So I think we're seeing really good improvements, and really my comments are, I hope they're not perceived as negative. I hope they're perceived as like constructive. So thanks.
This is supposed.
I'm really happy for trying to get this on top of this ahead of the game type of thing. I'd like to just focus again on the resident who wants to maintain his driveway type of thing. And you know, you got 2 truck holes as a criteria. Okay, maybe it's 3 truck holes. My driveway's longer than his driveway type of thing. Okay, I got tire chip on there. If I want to do something more different, like put asphalt on it, are you going to tell me I need a building permit? Now it's an existing driveway. I'm just changing the type of material from this to that. So something like that is, I think is common to most residents. They either got a gravel driveway, or they got have to be redressed, or they got a gravel driveway they want to improve type of thing. And I think something like that is, you know, it's out of the scope of this thing. This is for big stuff. We're trying to put a lid on all these major dumping of fill into our township type of thing. So I think there's got to be a differentiation between the two, and understanding that okay, you're a resident. We understand you just want to do what you want to do on your property. You're not going to affect anybody. But when you get to these people who want to bring in truckloads and truckloads are filled. You start, as Councilor Hurst says, you start doing the smell test and you're saying, this is not right.
So we, through Mr. Chair, we can, when we bring this back, we can incorporate a lot of this feedback to see what makes sense from a waiver perspective. The one caution I have is just, when enforcement takes place for this, we do have to follow very strictly what our bylaw says. And so when we allow for more permissions, we have to accept that there could be something that maybe doesn't smell right, but if it meets the tests of the bylaw, we are approving it. And so it's sort of that double-edged sword when we think about it. Yes, it could create that more practical approach for the residents that we know are maybe not going to abuse it. It also creates that for the residents that we know are, or the operators that are coming into our municipality that will abuse it. So it makes enforcement, kind of makes enforcement is what it is with the bylaw on both
I
sides.
understand there's difficulty, and I'm asking you just to have a look at it, see if there's a needle or needle, how you can thread through it and sort of balances the two type of thing.
Mhm.
It is a tough call, or try to separate the honest resident who just says, oh, come on, why are you bothering me type of thing, versus this guy says, oh, I know, I can get around this now, I'm gonna do it.
Yes. We'll bring that back with we'll do some brainstorming and bring some options back.
And there was a statement in the presentation saying that a registered professional should be retained. I think the word should be must be retained, shall.
Yes, and through Mr. Chair, because the way the bylaw is written, so it is a requirement under the bylaw.
Okay, that's
Yes.
fine.
So I just-
The should is not right, the should, must be. You're bringing in a lot of stuff, you better have somebody on site saying that's good, that's not. Okay, that's about it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, when I read through this presentation, I was quite alarmed at the statistics from 2024 and 2025. Like, when you have more than 15 sites that we know about, these are the ones we know about, in Puslinch being dumped on, no permits. We don't know anything about contaminants. We don't know if it's going into the water supply, and it's definitely ruining agricultural lands. I think we need to be doing something about it. And if it means the person doing their driveway has to do a waiver and it's an inconvenience, you know, I'm okay with that because we have bigger problems out there. I think we need stronger enforcement compared to the 2024 year. And I'd like staff to just kind of speak to how we've increased our enforcement from there. And I think we do need some stronger penalties for some of these major, which is sounding like it's coming from the commercial, you know, the proposed commercial stuff. I think the risk is just too high for us to not be, you know, continuing to kind of increase some of our oversight on some of this. So maybe I can start with that. Courtney, can you just talk to the difference in the enforcement from when we started this early 2024 to where we are today? Because I'm hoping to see for the 2026 report or our next report that, you know, things are improving, but I think it also depends on how our enforcement's changing.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, a couple of notable changes would be, first and foremost, our AMPS program. So again, we have the ability to ticket through AMPS. Again, we had the ability to ticket through provincial offenses, but process was much more burdensome. So through AMPS, we can issue tickets up to $1,000 for offenses related to site alteration each day, each time that it's occurring. That gives us that enforcement ability. The second notable change is we've doubled our enforcement capacity. So we've hired a second officer. So we have 2 officers now that are working full time. And the third notable change would be in our bylaw complaint policy, site alteration no longer requires a formal complaint. So we're not only patrolling, we're actively looking for site alterations in the township. You know, nuanced by our capacity with 2 officers, but we do have the ability for staff that are out every day. So our road patrols, our fire department, building officials, and our bylaw enforcement, if they come across something they are able to advise and we can take action.
The heavy truck bylaw to call heavy
Heavy.
vehicle that we just talked about. Will that be a mechanism too, where someone can be flagging, hey, there's a dump truck going down my road that doesn't belong? Can that get used as an enforcement piece?
So with the heavy vehicle, like if they see a heavy vehicle, they can call if they're thinking that it's related to a site haul. Is
Mhm.
that the idea?
Yeah.
That would be a normal complaint and that would be fine. Yeah, they can do that. Yes.
Okay. Just a question, I think in the report it mentioned, it says to remove the normal farm practice definition, let the dictionary or the open legal interpretation of that stand. Can you explain why we would be doing that? Or what the benefit is?
Yes, so through Mr. Chair, this was a specific comment, I believe, from AMAFA. That came when they initially reviewed the bylaw. And I think it goes back to that there isn't really a definition that we should be relying upon. And again, they make their determinations at the normal farm practices board. So I think what they wanted us to do is just to remove that to be more in line with what they do.
Is there a way for the township to define what they consider normal farm practice to be, or what parameters we accept as normal farm practice?
So again, through Mr. Chair, I do think that we could do that, but I think we would be challenged at the normal farm practices board because our definition wouldn't trump sort of that legislation.
Okay. Because I do think a lot of the concerns we have when someone comes in and they're saying this is for normal farm practice, and we bloody well know it's not. We have no way, there's no justification mechanism to filter that out, which I'm finding really frustrating for them to be saying one thing and us to be disagreeing, but nothing to do about it. Like we can't do anything about it. So.
But I think in the past, the thought in the public was if I get a normal farm practice, I just do what I want to do. But those case laws show that, I'm thinking specifically the mono one, they had a prohibition on site out for farms and the board said, no, you can't have a prohibition, you have to offer a permit.
Yeah.
So now it's, we likely can't say no because it could be better farm practice, but you're still getting a permit, you're still going through all this. So that's the difference.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's still that interpretation out there that, oh, I'll get a better farm practice, I'll just do this without a permit. No. Doesn't work that way.
Mhm.
You still have to get your permit and go through all the process, especially under the new bylaw, right? So.
But taking that definition out isn't gonna impact what we're doing on the ground.
And through Mr. Chair too, just to add to what Mayor Seeley mentioned too, with the agricultural or the normal farm practice waiver, there's two things to consider. First is you're held to a more stringent quality standard.
Mhm.
So I think that's a misconception. Again,
Okay.
I'll submit it this way, I'll get a waiver, but you're now held to this higher standard in terms of quality of fill.
Okay.
The second piece that I think is going to address the concerns you've raised, Councillor Bailey, is around that commercial permit.
Mhm.
So once you hit 10,000 cubic meters, that's the threshold. It's now a commercial permit regardless of what the justification is.
Okay.
So we will be able to perhaps
But it's not at the table one standard,
pardon, sorry.
but it wouldn't be at the table one standard if they're
So does
saying
commercial
fill.
relieve them of the table one soil component? Because on a normal farm practice has to be table one, you tick the box for commercial, did they now able to bring, I'd say no, it still has.
So through Mr. Chair, it still comes back to what's happening on the property,
Mhm.
right? The property is zoned agricultural. It doesn't have permissions for commercial uses. It doesn't have permissions for industrial uses. And so we have potable water, we have wells, we have all of these things that affect the quality that is required to be brought into the site. But I think what it allows us to do is to say, well, that justification that I need 100,000 cubic meters for an agricultural and I'm going to pay this amount. Well, no, that's considered commercial now.
Yeah.
And so is this really where you want to bring your fill?
Okay. We talked about that. But, I think that's all I have to say. Yeah, this was sort of a justification. We talked about the monitoring. Just out of curiosity, in 2024, well, and 2025, how many of the files? So in 2024, how many of the 17 files were more than minor in nature? Do we have that data?
So
Do we even know?
11. 11 to potentially 13, because we have two, the volume is unknown. There's only 4 minor.
So only 4 were minor. Okay, so we've got problems here. And in 2025, how many of the 14 files?
Only 3 were minor. 4 are unknown.
It's just good for the public to know that we're dealing with some big site alterations here. Okay, thank you.
those minor ones, were they driveways?
3,
Just off the
Mr.
top of your
Chair. A few of them would be, I can't recall it all.
Cause I feel like this, I can only bring in 2 loads for my driveway is the conception out there, and that's what everybody's latching onto. It's similar to the cameras, the speed cameras, the cash grab.
Yeah.
Was a good cash grab. They worked. So if we're seeing the majority of these being major and intermediate, and clearly there's a problem, I support the waiver for it. But how many of these, we saw one file earlier today, that was 2 or 3 loads. We're gonna be flirting with that area where we have major problems in it, so I'm comfortable staff looking at the driveway waiver. But I have concerns about moving it too much, since the majority of our concerns are intermediate and major. We'll see. I will ask and I believe when we do the driveway waiver for new build, new construction, can that be retroactive? Can we apply that to some people that got caught? Because it was maybe something we didn't intend to have happen?
So through Mr. Chair, we can look at that. There's always that flexibility if, we have designated authority under the bylaw, but we have to have the details of what's going on to see if
Yeah,
it fits.
I don't wanna know
Yeah.
who or where or when, but if we had a new build and it can fit this new prescribed waiver, then I would encourage staff to at least review those ones, because none of us wanna prohibit development.
Well, Mr. Mayor, my comments related to, if you drive around in the spring, you're gonna see a lot of people paving their driveway. And I'm sure that they're not, have not gone to township for a permit. And-
Paving doesn't concern me as much as.
Yeah, and I'm saying, if your bylaw officers are going around, driving around, they're gonna start tagging these people. And it's gonna be, taking away from the real work, which is going after the big ones.
So I just, sorry, through Mr. Chair, I just wanna flag that, bringing in stone, like asphalt, things like that on its own does not trigger the site alteration bylaw. And we have a wording for it in the bylaw, just so that we're clear. It's typically, if we see people that are extending, raising, lengthening, where they're bringing in topsoil, gravel.
Fine, I accept that. I agree with that. My focus is strictly, I got existing driveway, I want to improve it, and that's the type of thing.
No permit.
No permit, that's fine. I'm good with that.
Yep.
Okay, then I'll back off. That was my concern.
And the only problem I have, is, is this up for interpretation by our bylaw officers? We can't dictate how or when they ticket people, so how do we ensure that they understand the way that we want to interpret this? And if there's ambiguous language in there, then we need to tidy it up.
So I'm trying to find the section now on, I think we call it top coating.
Final surface material.
Final surface material is what we call it. So, interlock, asphalt, things like that is the final surface material. Let's say you needed 2 truckloads of whatever, topsoil, gravel, whatever, to build up your driveway, and then you were going to top surface it, no permit.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I was not aware of that.
Yes,
Social media. Maybe
yes.
a little blurb about that.
We can definitely look at how we can make that more clear.
Sure. That makes sense.
Yes.
In the presentation, it says from 24, we had 16 active files, and then 25, we have 15. Are those 15 and 25 carryovers? So do we have 30 31 files open, or do we have 15 and 25?
Yikes.
It's-
Sound the alarm.
And they wonder why we put a fill permit.
How many of them are under the old bylaw? How many of them are under the new?
16.
Through you, Mr. Chair, all 31 are under the new bylaw that are active.
That's good.
Are all the files that are under the previous bylaw, either they're permits. So there are like 2 that permits from the previous.
It's good. So we got the apps in place so we can go after.
Yeah, $1,000 a day. Potentially.
Tax bill's going down.
Yeah, I had concerns about the better farm practice turning into commercial, but you're saying the 10,000 cubic meters will then trigger it to be a commercial.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we haven't developed that permit type yet, so we can incorporate provisions in there that still give us the same quality reassurance that we need. Like we're not going to be reducing anything for a commercial permit, it would be more stringent in my mind.
And I don't know the volumes, but is there gonna be any analysis on these 31 files that 29 of them are 10,000 cubes or under? So then we're gonna have 15 every year that don't trigger the commercial. Do you see where I'm going with this? So I'd like you to look at the files that we're having and set the limit so that we're capturing these things. I don't want it to be because of we only have 100-acre farms. We're not up north where people have 700 acres. That's all they can bring in is 9,000 cubic meters and it's never captured. So just take a little an analytical look at that.
Does the application not say so many cubic meters over a certain period of time?
Yes, there's a cumulative calculation, so it prevents the abuse of the bylaw to say I'll submit 999,000 this year and 999,000 next year. It's cumulative.
Yeah, but just
Yeah.
I want to make sure these commercial things are captured, so. And I agree with Councillor Hurst, the timing, leave more than 2-year thing and take a look at that and see. I don't like what we did it with the other one, we said 2 years. That's all I have. Any other comments?
Good report.
Do we
Just one last one. I think there's a great opportunity to communicate this out to the public, like in terms of 2024 data, 2025 data. Driveway interpretations, that type of stuff, because I think a lot of the feedback I get from the community on this is 90% of it's driveway or yard or maintenance, I guess is how I would coin that. So maybe as just a suggestion, I don't want to get into drafting this at this point, but maybe there's some good opportunity through the communication channels that the township has is to do some Q&As, what's in, what's out, some potentially visual examples to alleviate some of the angst with some of these small scale ones, but also reinforce to say, look, this is a major issue within this township of these large scale fill operations. And hey, FYI, we're at like 31 of these things currently on a file right now. Like this isn't just 1 or 2. So just a comment, and I'll leave that with staff, but I think there's an opportunity to communicate the realities of this, the severity of it, but also to alleviate some of the angst that's gone.
Yep. Did we read the recommendation?
We have a mover and secondary.
Okay. Anything further? Oh, all in favor? Okay, we're gonna have to take a break. There's a gentleman here that wants to meet me, and I don't, how long, we're gonna be another hour, aren't we?
We have 2 reports, 2 correspondence, and then adjourn.
Just take a quick break. I might even invite him in here and then we'll carry on. Try and do it quick. Sorry. You guys will be interested. It's a local resident.
Sure. All right, just give me 1 moment. So just to our folks online, we're gonna take a brief 5 to 10 minute break and we will be back.
Welcome back. Next up is 9.7.1 and it's Miss Heater.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this report is the annual review of the health and safety policy and harassment in workplace harassment and violence in the workplace policy for council.
Clerk, you want to read the recommendation, please?
That report HR -2025-001 regarding the health and safety policy and harassment and violence in the workplace policy and review be received for information, and the council endorsed the health and safety policy and harassment and violence in the workplace policy attached to this report as Schedule A and B respectively.
You move for that, please. Councilor Bailey, Councilor Hurst. Questions? All in favor? That's carried. And 9.7.2 is yours as well.
It is through you, Mr. Chair. This report is the Township of Pleasant Annual Accessibility Status Report to provide council with the updates on our 2022 to 2026 multi-year accessibility plan.
Okay, Ms. Montart, will you read the recommendation, please?
The report HRM 2025-002 entitled Township of Pleasant Annual Accessibility Status Report be received for information.
Move it, please. Councilor Spillis, Councilor Bailey, any questions or comments? Councilor Hurst?
Just one, has there been any complaints received by the township around accessibility in the past year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not that I am aware of, no.
Thanks.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, just a question. What are my notes? I didn't see any mention of audio in the plan. I don't know, do you know if there's any sort of accessibility standards in terms of audio? And I'm thinking specifically here in council chambers or events like at the Quistland Community Center where there's standards that need to be met for accessibility.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any audio accessibility requirements through the AODA, but that is something that I can take away and look into.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'd just like to know in the next few years, I guess the plan, when does the plan go till? Anyway, if we can just look into if there's certain standards for audio, say in council chambers.
Sorry.
You do.
Okay. Any further questions? All in favor? Carried. All right, next is item 10.2. Any recommendation for that?
That corresponds to item 10.2, Council Resolution Bill 60 Fighting Delays Building Fast Track to member municipality clerks be received for information.
Move, please. Councilor Spillis, Councilor Hurst, any questions or comments on that?
I want just to look at the volume of us provincial stuff that we have to sit for a bit.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried. 10.3. Another recommendations, want to read it?
That corresponds to item 10.3, Council Resolution Emergency Response Plan 2026 to member municipality clerks be received for information.
Get a word, please. Mr. Hurst, Councilor Bailey, any questions or comments? All in favor? It's carried. Mayor's updates. Did we speak though? We went to the, we spoke to the, back we went to the GRC meeting last meeting.
We didn't speak to it. I sent Courtney sort of a note on what transpired.
Yeah, so Councilor Spillis and I attended one of the eventually hosted meetings on the conservation amalgamation. And because Pleasant has still 3 CAs, even in the new boundaries, we received the information for the Toronto one. Was it the Toronto one?
Yeah, Toronto.
And so I believe I first asked the CAO to attend. She was unable to make it. They gave us like 2 days notice or something. So I asked Councilor Spoulos to come, and so we went, and it was basically the same information they posted on the ERO, same questions. They had us grouped into different tables. They provided the questions. There was 5, and they said your table answered question 1, and my table was question 5, and the common denominator was most of the tables had to answer question 5. Question 5, from my recollection, asked what projects should the new conservation authorities undertake, and it's kind of, I had no idea what they were looking for. So anyhow, we had the presentation. Mr. Flack, is it Flack? No, Minister, what's the CA minister? Do you remember? Flack is MMA. Doesn't matter. The Minister of MECP was there, and Hassan, the former CEO of Halton, presented. We did our little workshop at the table, and common theme to the comments that are on the reports today. just reiterated those. And that's my takeaway. John, you might have a little more detail, but
It was interesting as a variety of people there, they had mayors there, CAOs there, and my table had the CAO, of one of the conservation authorities type of thing, and the theme was pretty well the same. It's very telling that the stuff that our staff put together, their note is basically reflecting what all the comments they made as well. So everybody's got the same concern, it's too big type of thing. You need the local contact of local staff dealing with local CA staff, not some remote location a bureaucrat type of thing. And source water should be local type of thing, not broad. So stuff like that is exactly what our CEO put in her suggested note.
Toronto wouldn't have been there because they're not proposing any changes to
it
Toronto.
was a Toronto, but I called Toronto, so it was in
Oh, Credit Valley,
where were we?
We're in Bond.
Credit Valley.
We were in Bonds.
Yeah, so yeah, Credit Valley there, they had some other smaller ones.
Yeah.
In Credit
I
Valley.
meant like we were in Toronto, which for me, Toronto's Milton.
Gotcha.
East,
Milton.
right?
Yeah.
All of that's Toronto. So we were in Bond somewhere.
And you have the CEO from Right River.
Yeah, and no, the CAO from Halton.
Halton, yeah.
Chandra was there. And I had the chair of GRCA, he was there representing Milton at my table. And a few others, but one thing that was very telling for me was the appointment to this board, where it'll be just developers versus should have a municipal endorsement versus, develop, because this board is going to push direction down to these new CAs. And if if it's all developers on the board, they're gonna, just mandate their, whatever they have as their initiative. But anyways, time will tell. And there was another one in London, didn't opt to go because it was, Hassan did mention that each one is the same presentation, so I didn't see the need for duplication, and I believe some people could attend virtually. And we had a meeting since the Santa Claus parade.
I was gonna suggest.
So we had the Santa Claus parade, I thought it was very well attended, and rain held off for the most part, and thank our Optimist Club for the hot dogs and hot chocolate. And a lot of food, we collected a lot of food along the way. Anything else that you and I want to learn on from mayors can you think of?
We'll go back to the meeting we had this year, the Conservation Authority was Minister Todd McCarthy.
Tom McCartney.
Yeah, and flood mapping provincially would like to be updated. That was a big concern. Ensuring the costs are being paid for by the province was amalgamation was another one. There's a big concern that they're downloading everything. Well, make sure you leave us whole before you cut the niche. And standardize the procedures, so it's same thing that we talked about.
So
Which they could be fixing
By themselves.
without doing all of this. Could be
Yeah, I'll change
standardizing
things.
things. Splitting everybody up.
Oh, and the CAO just reminded me, we had a TAMO meeting and we brought in Alyssa. Oh, she's a private consultant. And I should let the girls speak to this, but she's gonna take on a heavy administrative role with TAMO and try to build the website and TAMO itself as a resource. Get more engagement with the community, and Justine, and I'll thank Justine, made this connection. You knew her through either your schooling or something along those lines and brought it to Courtney and I, and anyways, it was endorsed by the TAMO board. Waiting on the executive director to execute the agreement, but we're very excited, so yeah, I'll turn it over to you. Sorry to put you on the spot, Justine, but do you know her? Who's better?
I can start and then,
Sure.
so we were looking for that support, on kind of a very like day-to-day level for how do we push out information, how do we create tools and resources for the membership, and we did some brainstorming, and so having somebody that has the skill set from a marketing background is going to be really helpful, and the board seemed eager, so we do have a work plan set out that takes us over the next couple of years with different initiatives, so really hoping that the Puslinch as a member is going to see some of that, and we're gonna be contributing to it and also benefiting, so. It'll be exciting over the next little while to see what she can push out.
Yeah, I'm excited just to take us up another notch, which is great, so. Build the membership and just build the resources available so that when other municipalities get applications, we're not handling them the same. But at least you have access to, say, a development agreement template, some hot topics of, you know, we've had some interpretation from our local M&R office. That's great information to have access to, so. And the end goal is to get these things as compliant as possible, and, you know, if the municipalities have to have standardized wording for permitted uses or something, I don't know. This is all good, so I'm really excited for it. It's Alyssa, right? To get going. That's it. And then we were secondary to receive that. I suppose Councillor Hurst, all in favor. The council member reports. Still your glory, Councillor Bailey, sorry.
Walk the parade.
It was raining earlier, right? And then-
Yeah, it stopped right before.
Okay, nothing there. Bylaws.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2025-089 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-046 being the township's procedural bylaw for meetings of council committee and committees. Bylaw 2025-090 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 063-2021 being a bylaw to prohibit heavy vehicles on municipal highways. Bylaw 2025-091 being a bylaw to appoint a deputy clerk. Bylaw 2025-092 being a bylaw to authorize the entering into a funding agreement with Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation of Canada.
Great, can you move for that, please? Councillor Bailey, Councillor Hurst, all in favor?
That's a question on the procedure bylaw. We had some changes. Are you planning to incorporate that,
Yes.
and reissue the bylaw, or do you need to hold that bylaw?
So through Mr. Chair, we can just say as amended, and then the changes you've given us, we will change before we execute it with signatures.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, all in favor? It's carried. Here, announcements, anything? No. We're not over winter break. When's the office closed?
So through Mr. Chair, it's closed on the 24th at noon, and we will reopen on January 2nd.
Great. That's good. Close we did, business arising from the closed session. Close motion. New business? No. Confirmatory bylaw, please.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2025-094 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council for the corporation of the township of Puslinch at its meeting held on the 17th day of December 2025.
Please, Councillor Hurst, Councillor Bliss, all in favor? And adjournment.
That council hereby adjourns at 3:47 p.m.
Mr. Bailey?
Yeah.
Councillor Hurst, all in favor? Great, thank you, everybody. See you in the new year.
Yeah, next year.
See you next year.